Welcome everyone, finally we are live. I had to log into a server, restart Nginx. Anyway, early bird, everyday open source special. Let's continue with PowerVR, open source things. Community yesterday we stopped when didn't find firmware. Turns out that's what we need community for. And the doctor had found this firmware. So like, yeah, 2026, you quickly Google it, it doesn't find it. But it's actually there is something. So let's see what's going on here on our things. Where is even administrative things, golds, all the colors for hours because busy, code and things. Why does YouTube not say? Always is streaming hiccups. So annoying. Welcome everyone, good morning. 12 people watching here. Here, 11 people watching there. Yeah, web stuff, Silicon Valley, difficult. Okay, but let's quickly start with the morning updates. We have actually more than morning updates. Our T2 users deserve the most updates, so let's quickly do the most updates. Data has done things. What else would we have here? A couple of things, actually quite some things. FFTW is also incorrect. Yeah. Good morning. Slightly earlier time zone, right? Maybe different people here, NeoVim. While we test update this, right, let's fire up the Ryzen. Also, 9950X3D is out. Of course, yeah, I earlier said, shut up, take my money. Of course, expensive. Now the question is, do we wait? Also, like, should I subscribe, support coding for 9950X3D? Because, so can we make this? Oh, we can. Wow, that's so much more comfortable for dual live stream setup. Yeah, it's 900 euro, of which we get 19% VAT back. So it was 900. Yeah. Maybe I wait. You know, it's not that urgent. I mean, between shut up and take my money and not having money, maybe I wait some weeks for the price, maybe come down, hopefully, potentially, maybe. I mean, yeah, flagship stuff, getting flagship prices, but realistically, the non 2 is 650-ish. I mean, it's basically... Yeah, it's ridiculous expensive. The thing is, it would be less of an issue if, look at the benchmarks. Yes, it's faster. The question is, do I need performance that expensively? It would be less of an issue if I would not have overpaid for the 59 and 7950X already. If not, actually, I think I even overpaid for the 3950X. It's like, yeah, I have all the previous gen, but I never had an X3D. I overpaid. The 3950X was in the pandemic, so in Germany, they rip customers off significantly. I think the 5950X this was post-pandemic prices still high. I mean, because people's like, yeah, it's so expensive. It's like, dude, for my 39 and 1550X, I also paid 999, right? So, I mean, yeah, it's expensive, but it's what it was. It's just, anyway, yeah, it would less of an issue if I hadn't overpaid for the 39 and 59. Maybe the 7950X is the first that I got for MSRP. It's like, so maybe we wait a little bit. We have risk systems to 3D accelerate until then. What's it doing even? I think it didn't post. Yeah, AMD could have really sent one over. I tried to social engineer AMD, but no chance yet. Also, my coffee's still hot. So, NeoVim things. What is that here? Make, install things, LE config things of. Doesn't look that bad, but no. Yeah, latest NeoVim for everyone playing along at home with T2 Linux. Tested on ARM64. Data did it in the meantime. That's okay, it's not that bad, except UDEV update will fail because patches. I'm not sure what's with the benchmark. So Andre, what do you mean benchmarks good or bad? Or do you mean barley faster, or some of the Phoronix benchmarks look strangely good? I wonder if that's due to micro benchmarking or yeah. But I waited the 9000 series out this time. So they weren't that good. I mean, they are somewhat faster as expected. The Phoronix ones look very good for reasons I wonder why. This here looked strangely good. This here looked better than expected, but maybe he had cherry picked. And that's 6% faster, right? If you multiply this, like it's over 6% faster. Yeah, as you see, so the thing is, if I now buy a CPU for 2 years, I mean, amazing is relative. It's just more cache, right, and higher TDP. But I waited long enough, and we need performance, and I don't want this strange asymmetric. First of all, the reason I never purchased this X3D is because they were newish, and I always had the flagship, and I didn't want to wait plus some things burning. So after waiting for years, T2 Developer probably deserves high performance. Honestly, they look better. They look way better to me than I expected. That must be due to the massive increase in TDP of like it's this increase is not only cache. This increase is burn the electrons out of that. The thing is, it's just not really 300 euro more, 250 euro more better. But I mean, here were some benchmarks that weren't here some benchmarks that were somehow crazy good for some reason. Yeah, I mean, it's not a Zen 5 or stuff, but wait, Zen 6. When is Zen 6 consumer? I mean, amazing is relative, right? Morphosis, upcoming things. 12 cores per CCD. How long to 2026 early. I mean, theoretically, we should move what we have and how we cluster RISC-V things. But that's also with AMD, right? Like, the situation would be slightly different last year. First of all, it was pre-global wars. And last year, I thought we'd get this before Christmas, and now it's nearly half a year later. Nearly half a year later is already, I mean, it's a slate, yeah. I mean, AMD profit maximizing, right? Yeah, YouTube benchmarks, it's gaming and stuff. I'm not gaming. You should not forget that a lot of gaming, like most people benchmark gaming and like GPU limited and stuff. I don't need gaming. I need T2 Linux. Who's benchmarking T2 Linux? Yeah, price performance is excessive. That's why I could wait a month and maybe it's 800 then. Hopefully. Famous last words. I mean, yeah, it's not that urgent, right? Most of the time we are idle on guru meditating, so, or like busy guru meditating. Games. I mean, Barley used the CPU is a little bit under segregated, but certainly games certainly use the CPU, but they most games, most of the time on halfway decent computers are GPU bottlenecked. Did we build this? Oh no, this didn't. If someone wants to look into that didn't super cleanly build. Yeah, but as usual, the price is excessive. But of course, that's launch day. I'm not that big of a YouTuber that I don't even have time for proper product reviews, which theoretically maybe we should rather do. That I need to get this on launch day. Also, performance has come a long way, right? As the days we were initially like, hey, 6 years ago we were thrilled about Ryzen 2700 performance. Then we were shocked that we get dual CCD 16 core 13 and 50X. And then we were shocked by the massive gains of 50 and 50X. And then Zen 4, that's Zen 4, right? Zen 4 with DDR5 was, and 59, 50X was another massive, like, so we certainly more than double the compute, like the single workstation compute performance 42 building here in just this few years. So then all right, we have some more things. How's your day going? Day just started. How's your day going? Wait, we forgot one thing, which is look in here. Oh, shit, what's this Ryzen doing? Did I not power this up again? Or did we talk so long that it suspended again? Ryzen had some crazy... Yeah, the last years were... Yeah, I mean, yeah, Intel stagnated and AMD doubled down on performance year after year. I mean, this is still, I'm still cheaping out of not getting Epic or Ryzen, right? Epic or Threadripper. We are still building T2 with totally consumer gaming rigs. If someone wants to look into this, maybe we should build, oh, this is, no, wonderful. Maybe we should, because our Ruby installs RubyGem, which is probably... Yeah. Which Rust rewrite disaster? You mean the core utils not as amazing as Phoronix drum bet that? Do you read any tech books? Yes, of course. I prefer paper. I rarely have written. I rarely. What's with my language skills today? I rarely read. Fun fact: I rarely read books digitally. I never had an ebook reader, and somehow I'm so old that I prefer paper. Is any one of you reading ebooks? So I very little read on an iPad, and sometimes in emergency situations, I read my child goodnight stories from like a T2 ThinkPad, like Google Tolkien, Lord of the Rings, and like some illegal copy of some British Google PDF thing. And like when we traveled somewhere, didn't have a book, and it's like, but this thing here looked nice if it were not so excessively. I mean, that's not an ebook, but that's also too expensive for me. I think I didn't change it. Would be nice to play this, but it's not 600 euro nice to waste my money on. I think I would, if I would buy it, I would probably barely use it. Shipping LTS with disabled commands like move because they were like 100. Disabled commands like move. I read ebooks and novels and things. Do you mean you mostly read ebooks or only on ebook reader? I find it too distracting on tablet screens. Yeah, that's also the thing, that they are so bright and reflective and things. Maybe technical books I read in PDF and novels such always on paper. Yeah, I read most things. I mean, the only thing I read on PDF on screen are like standard computer work, ISO documents. Yeah, I wonder why, but I mean, probably given that I overdo screen time of developing all day, it's probably better for my eyes to sometimes read, obviously, paper. Yeah, not everything needs to be digital, right? Yeah, but I don't like the ebook format. I prefer the scroll style. Okay. Yeah, that is why theoretically I never had an ebook and always waited for some slightly better ebooks. Is remarkable, is pretty remarkable. It's of course not an ebook. But 650 is way too. I mean, yes, it's fancy technology and this company wants to earn some money, but yeah. Rust core utils with most fixes applied, but CP move and still fall back to due to unresolved line time object time to use. That is funny, but Phoronix said it's good. You'd have, thank you much. Okay, shit, I forgot again to log into the Ryzen. The thing is, I have auto suspend, so if I don't log in fast enough, it literally suspends again for a while. Daylight computer.com, interesting. De-invented? That does what? Only display flowers? Yeah, I should probably only buy what I really need, and I don't really need that. Wait, it says... Oh, that's from yesterday. Was I wondering where I parked my... I was wondering if I had a console somewhere else. Okay, so... Need to urgently automate this even more. Also need to update UDEF and systemd, but I'm totally not into this. Why is this? This Mesa is just not casual or whatever. Patch welcome. That's enough for now. Very happy you also prefer paper, but sometimes I read on Onyx book Noah A2 and it brought second-hand. It supports Android and e-ink display and can install any apps. That's amazing. As a beginner, how to start? Like, just look into things that bother you or take over maintenance of old network drivers or stuff. I'm not sure about the steps, but if they're not mostly, I mean, Snappy is maybe a little bit sus, but okay. Then also somehow here's each day something. Is this right? Let's power. Let's plug. Sounds like even helicopter. Hope they don't come for me. So I had a Medium post close to Metal Beginner's Guide. I probably should bookmark that too. How was bookmark? Bookmark tab. Name. Is T2 compatible with Red Hat? Like, no. We are moving on Lightning speed while Red Hat moves on corporate turtle speed. We do not have any binary compatibility. It's broadly Linux, but like our stuff is so much newer and stuff, and also you could also build, like, if it were not about newer. I mean, it's probably usually mostly compatible. I mean, it's Linux, but it also depends. Like, if you build like Musel, like, you can build C library stuff that are entirely incompatible with Red Hat. Musel or X, they probably don't ship X32 API. So while standard builds are mostly compatible as usual, exceptional build variants not. It also doesn't matter. Just use T2 Linux and don't bother about Red Hat. Basically, most Linux are usually not compatible. Also, what's that here? Why is this so distorted? So the doctor did find what Google didn't find. Did I? So that's suspended. The doctor found things. Also, it wasn't funny. Yesterday I Googled, like, imagine Google would still work and Google would have found that yesterday. Oh, yeah, we also have 701. We actually wanted to do this last night, but we should do that. So let's see what the doctor found. He found firmware It's a little bit embarrassing. I already mailed my PowerVR contact, my imagination contact. Like last night I made him like, yeah, trying to bring the stuff up, but like matching firmware, and then this morning I wrote like, never mind. Team found already something. I'll let you know when I need more. So they have here, so in the Linux imagination, yeah. So they have here imagination firmware, which is crazy. I don't understand why that is not. First of all, I don't understand why Google doesn't find it, and then I don't understand why it's not in. Okay, maybe it's not. Oh, this is also wrong. Damn it! I hate this copy and paste like Wayland. Copy and paste not always working. So it's probably not in mainline because it's not yet used by any device. But QNX channels, you support ID Andrew. You support ID Tenbaum who went to Mr. I don't know if Andrew Tenenbaum went to Epstein's Island. Sounds sus to me, but microkernels are amazing. Of course, microkernels. Yeah, Git inefficiency. Now it cloned their gigabyte of stuff over only one. Yeah, it's like, yeah, hey, with subversion we could check out just this. How should we ship this TMT2? Should we modify our Linux firmware to just sources additionally? Or should we create a PowerVR firmware package? Maybe we should modify. The thing is, the problem is if we create, both have pros and cons. The problem is if we create a PowerVR firmware package, we would need to select it in desktop builds to ship. Also, it would produce shared files, so we would need to modify Linux firmware to not install the two. In Linux firmware upstream, there are two. Please include Broadcom firmwares. Which Broadcom? Also patch welcome. I don't. How do you think Andrew S. Tenenbaum went to apps? Why would you say this? Sounds. Do you mix this Royal Andrew there of UK things? Like, do you mix those? That this microkernel research guy went to billionaire sex trafficking island is highly sus to me. Why people write such random things? Separate for now seems better. Yeah, the problem is separate for now. Like, if we do it now, we should. Then we get conflicts later, right? Like gradually they probably will add it to Linux firmware. It will anyway not ship for x86, so... Okay, but downloading it, everything has... it's... Okay, let's first see if we can get it to work. Like, yeah, git download here, gigabyte for 12.5 files. Which Broadcom firmware do you mean, by the way? There's a lot of Broadcom things, so please let me know which. You could add it to normal build, but I think it's a little early. I mean, currently there would be unused, but they would, the T2 package only install what's reasonably used, and it would not install on x86 because it doesn't even, on x86 we don't build the imagination driver. So it would only install on ARM and RISC-V currently. So it's not like you, the normal people, would be too much bothered except downloading it. First it needs to PowerVR. First it needs to work. Wait, why? Huh? Ah, this 1, 2. How many are this? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, maybe it's right. looked so much. I mean, yeah, web stuff, like, it's so much on the terminal. It's so much. So copy all of those things to lit firmware, PowerVR. Oh, it's overwrites this. Holy shit, this is initialized. I'm kind of shocked. We have a render node. Holy shit. Will this just work? Was it that easy? A lot of things are like always, for years nothing happens, and then it's like, just, that's what you're here for. Share, like, and subscribe. I doubt this will just work, but let's see. The problem is now we polluted the build a little bit with random shit copying Ubuntu. The vendor surely could have made this work, right? But then we would have nothing to talk about. BCM433, can you... What is that even? Is this a Wi-Fi? Can you file a GitHub issue? Do you use T2 Linux already? I kinda should only... Oops. I kinda should only take suggestions from at least $1 a month Patreons, you all. Elon Musk would also not do something for you for free. This is this one. Maybe I have this in my Retina MacBook Pro. Is this what I have in my Retina MacBook Pro? Is this what you're saying? The thing that doesn't work for 10 years in my Retina MacBook Pro because Broadcom shit. Mobile things of Apple, things of that here. BCM shit of 20. No, that's something slightly different. Hear me out. I have an idea. This build is too old and too modified now. We have T2 Linux, we have the power. Is the version right? The version is right. RISC 564. How did we call that? RVA 23 desktop? We should check that. Yeah. Let's rebuild this. We don't build smartest anymore, that breaks some things. Smarter. LTO RVA 23. I mean, the only other thing, should we build RVA 22 so that we could use all cores? Like, you know what, let's do that. TIC2, like, because we can do that. Because then we could do more experiments with, oops, no, not 21. My fingers were off by one. Then we could do more experiments with all cores if we wanted to. Do we do that? Okay, you know what? Let's not randomly change stuff. Let's try vector stuff. Let's see. Let's better not randomly. Let's see how much performance we can get out of this stuff fully working. Let's start with X. Oh, this is the wrong driver. Ah, shit. Ah, no. We cannot start with X. Ah, damn it. Somehow this doesn't come up for some reason. I forgot. Ah. This is mode setting not coming up. I hate it. Everywhere you look, only constant change and regressions. So we cannot work with, oh, that is so annoying. Okay, let's see what KDE comes up. This is wasteful. Start all of KDE because X doesn't really work. Oh, damn it. This could potentially already utilize the PowerVR graphic. I mean, this could also catch and burn and not graphic accelerate. This is, of course, not ideal. Running a whole KDE Plasma sessions, it would already, if working, does not come up. Maybe it tries graphic and graphic doesn't work. Oh, it did come up slowly. How was it quickly there? This is a slightly older build. Maybe these are still early cross-compile things that we fixed since then. The performance will of course not be fixed. That is slow, by the way. Yes, I know. It's also RISC-V prototype board. We are working on bringing, I guess what we are working on, bringing GPU acceleration up. What was it this? What was the terminal? Does someone remember? Maybe we need to export I want slow non-conforming. Maybe we broke Mesa with copying. No take. Hello, early build. Cool. How did you open them? This is RISC-V stuff here. That is the high-speed nano HDMI RISC-V based. That's a feature of this HDMI capture thing here. I only did this because if I press Windows Shift T stuff, then it obviously is consumed by my local KWin Plasma shell stuff. Wait, this does not have render node things? Yeah, but I wanted, yeah, but this stuff is super slow. I don't want, like, this RISC-V is not yet state-of-the-art performance things. Maybe we need, oh, what's that? Plasma shell. Warning. Plasma shell thing. What is that? We could rsync. The problem is that here's what unhandled signal 11 unhandled lit, so Qt6 GUI crashed. Yay. I think we'd better test. Yeah, that's basically don't copy random binaries from another Linux distribution. Because now I have yeah, I should have known better. whatever the sync state pending there is about. I also wonder, let's read while this is building. We should, in 1 hour, we probably should have some basic binaries. Could update the kernel until then. Oh, yeah, latest. Actually, we should download this in parallel to have this. RISC v64 RVA23 desktop required. Let's go. Oh, new SET version. Oops. Yeah. That's also why it's not profitable for us to more continuously auto-test this stuff, because we... Sure, some continuous integration is nice and stuff, but it's also super wasteful, right? Remember when the Xorg Foundation burned $60,000 in a year? We built so much stuff that's basically... I would waste half of my money of building stuff that we just randomly test build anyway. I mean, yes, more automation and stuff, nice, but after all, we are non-profit, like we are poor, underfinanced non-profit. What hardware is that? MilkV? That's the SpaceMid K3 deep computing framework module. Here. It's a DC Roma 3 prototype, serial number 16. Shout out to them sending it to us. Probably don't delay, get framework 13 RISC 5. Framework board today. I mean, it's crazy that this starts to just work, but no, I guess we don't have matching Mesa things. Potentially overwritten. Okay, let's see what the doctor found here last night. According to this upstream documentation, GPU imagination kernel appears to have... What precisely is that? Which documentation? Found in AM. .3D PowerVR. The driver confirms Vulkan, but not yet on other. I think we should patch that away and just work, because if stuff is not work, PowerVR implements DRM shim, stubbing out the power kernel, allows use cases such as offline component. DRM shim. By default, shim mocks a things can or okay, we don't need shim. I mean, I want broken stuff is stupid. I've seen that previously. It's complete waste of time if stuff doesn't at least mostly simply work a little bit. I would propose to patch that away and just work non-conformant, because YOLO, who cares? So we have, did I post this? We have that here. BXM464. That's different than advertised. The driver conformant on BXS. BXS. Okay, it starts to want to work. I mean, I could export the thing here. PVR, I want broken shit. The only problem is I need to type that. PVR, I want broken Vulkan driver. Is there a typo? LVM pipe. PVR. PVR, I want broken, A broken, this is why I hate this. This is just stupid. LVM pipe, authoritated, no. PVR, I want a broken Vulkan driver, a broken Vulkan driver. Yeah, similar to the R-Mali thing where it didn't just work. Yeah, I mean, it's okay for a slowish desktop, right? I mean, let's not be kidding that this is not yet rocket science performance. I guess we would need to debug why LVM probably LVM pipe, yeah, GPU ID. Yeah, that's our super annoying. There's a device that's not being used. Warning loader code ICD selected physical does not export get physical device display. ICD for selected physical device. Yeah, I don't know you all. This modern stuff is always so strangely YOLO together that it's always so much detective work of what's even going on. That's frustrating. What would it, I mean, you could also reboot and just in case this failed stuff messed something up. Pro tip, if in doubt, reboot. PowerVR load things rogue firmware version build OS. Let's reboot and see if that changes something. While we wait for this to build, we had prepared. Theoretically, is there one last? Oh, E of L. Yeah, there is one last that. And to not speed down our RISC-V build, let's log in here into the Qualcomm. Which version are we? Yeah. Let's see, just see if the patches apply. Don't build all of this stuff. Yeah, Qualcomm X1 Elite performance amazing, but Linux kernel is so large. Takes some seconds. Yeah, no, it's need to improve our build stuff sooner. We had this prepared, so was there something to... Yeah, this one. I'm not... So we only... got this as part of the T2 patches. Not really that important. Should redo. Alright, we redid this. We rediffed the others already. Yeah, last night. Ironically, we could have done that like yesterday. I kid you not. Like I ended the live stream. I checked 2 times during our 6-7 hour live stream, and it wasn't there yet. And then I quit the live stream. Wanted to go home. And it's like 7:01. It's like you could have literally done that yesterday, but it is what it is. Are the embedded graphic chips that's hard to work with on or ARM when it comes to development? I mean, historically, they all had to be reverse engineered, right? Originally, yes, because originally everything was closed. And originally PowerVR is until this day not really reverse engineered, so that's only that Imagination Tech got their act together and finally open sourced some stuff themselves. Without that, yeah, it would still not work. The thing is also like now PowerVR Imagination documented some PowerVR things, but I think it's not even really everything necessarily, and you still have a relatively big closed firmware blob thing, which without the relatively massive firmware thing you load into the GPU, you can also do nothing with that thing. So I would say GPU and that's the thing. Early GPU programming was fun. I really liked it like 30 years ago. This modern GPU, like then, since all the vendors implemented all their 3D stuff, I mean, different 2D stuff was bearable. Different 3D stuff is just a pain because it's so complex. Somehow GPU, like, that every vendor implemented their own 3D hardware shit, like, totally took the fun out of. It's super overly complex shit now. Plus, the vendors, NVIDIA and also Imagination, they sign their firmware, right? So, yeah, basically on top of hard and annoying, they actively implemented measures to make it even harder, if not. You see how hard it is that even Red Hat and SUSE engineers mostly gave up on NVIDIA, right? Like now the modern NVIDIA only works somewhat with open source stuff is only because NVIDIA got their act a little bit together and implemented this general processor front-end based pre-processing things. It's if it at least was open either firmware, so you could do something about it. Yeah, I mean, signing like NVIDIA cryptographically signing the firmware upload, it's like really, it's like, don't buy that. Also, historically, even AMD, like even Matrox and then AMD, they obfuscated the display output stuff. And that's so crazy, right? Originally, Matrox open sourced and even paid companies. I think the documentation wasn't open, but it was open source, like the register level documentation. And they had a HAL, I kid you not, like Matrox had a HAL, a hardware abstraction layer initially for DVI digital output programming. And so for all non-primary and DVI stuff, you needed a binary only blob. And then later, ATI did the same with Radeon HD. Then they introduced this Atom BIOS, and like they actively hindered the Radeon HD reverse engineering people, and it's like, yeah, look at we made this Atom BIOS. It's probably we have until this day. It's like, hey, you just use this Atom BIOS biostructure things for mode setting. It's like, yeah, firmware signing. How dare you want to load other firmware in the hardware you purchased? That's what people not see, right? Forever I vote with my wallet and simply don't buy this stuff. And too few people, I mean, sure, most people don't know, but more people should vote with their wallet and simply totally not get that. when there are only a few players, it's hard. Yeah, I mean, at least I got AMD, as imperfect as it was. And now there's also Intel. I mean, there are things, but that's also why I kid you not, I purchased nearly 0 embedded boards for 20 years. Since the Archivista project, they sent me this Beagle board with also PowerVR, which to this day probably doesn't open source work, of course. I decided after the Beagle board, like, this is too expensive, too low performance, too bullshit, graphic closed shit stuff of like, just go F yourself. Like, I'm not touching embedded stuff. Like, I founded an embedded company, which few people wanted to pay me because, like, how dare you want money for open source things? And then the embedded board became, the embedded SoC stuff every year became worse. It's like, I was like, dude, let's earn some serious money with Mac software and let's. The funny thing is, people on YouTube and stuff want to become like me, and I did literally abandon embedded Linux kernel development because it's a price race to the button of everyone just outsourcing to the cheapest developers they can find somewhere for 20 years already. Okay, let's let this build. I guess maybe, although or it's probably fine. Okay, let's pre-commit so I don't want to waste so much CPU cycles. I want a new stack for I want the new it's probably fine, huh? Itanium patch. HDMI should be dropped from computers with ABA if someone really needs to kick on display port with an adapter. Yeah, the many yeah, HDMI is silly. Yeah, but we also don't know what's behind. We don't know what is a true story. It's a lot of phoronics, FUD of fear and stuff, fear mongering. We do not know if the HDMI stuff like this should all be open standards of vendors getting their standard together. We do not know the real reasons, if just AMD lawyers are chickening out for content protection and stuff, or if it's HDMI implementers forum or more AMD lawyers of not knowing what they're doing. Okay, let's wake data again. Yeah, next I really need to do some infrastructure things, but the thing is, I have so much to do that it's really hard to motivate me for some things, especially when I rather do code things. Yeah, we could actually, this is we still have some patches to do, like need to test build. HDMI only saw the light of day because of DRM HDCP crap. I don't even quite really. Wasn't the HDCP stuff already in DVI? Like, wasn't HDMI mostly initially. I mean, I don't know the standards that well enough, but for me, HDMI was mostly just a smaller DVI connector with audio. I mean, the HDCP is also in DVI, but I don't know if it just came later. I also think isn't HDMI mostly signal identical with DVI, at least the initial versions? I don't know the later versions. And then recently they added some more, like the last decade, they also added stuff like, did you know HDMI can carry Ethernet? Which probably nearly nobody is using. So that your TV can get Ethernet from your multimedia center, right? You knew that this existed. clearly, right? And when someone pays those licenses, they still actually get to tell you what to do, paying for the pre-loading. So I guess this patches for ARM and maybe some others. I mean, certainly Itanium. But then mostly, I mean, I guess most TV things mostly adapted for smaller connector. I don't know who invented. I mean, maybe HDMI invented HDCP. I don't know, but it definitely is also present in DVI since forever. I know about but maybe HDCP was invented in HDMI. Probably, maybe, potentially, whatever. Oops. I mean, which is also silly, right? This HD copy protection stuff. Nobody is really copying like that, right? Like, basically everyone, like, there's HDCP on the cable as if someone captures a whole bloody movie over a digital cable ever, and people just rip the original, like, no, I mean, obviously DVD and Blu-ray is long cracked, except, I mean, ironically, even this advanced copy protection stuff of Blu-ray is somewhat cracked, right? At least as I remember. There were some drives that did allow capturing something. Some people use it. So, I mean, if people want to copy this, they obviously... Wait, did I not commit this? So sorry for the flickering. Oops. I thought I committed that. This here didn't fully work anyway. I mean, what even? Okay, we can leave it there as a reminder. What you can play, you can copy. Yeah, exactly. I mean, doing this on the wire, I mean, no sane person does it in real time on the display output wire. Like, this is the most stupid feature. Like, literally, Hollywood forced so much stupid shit, like, in bloody computer science. Okay, we can actually do that for real. We need to. We're currently waiting on this here anyway. I do test streaming on a VGA cable just to see what sites don't care. I do like testing streaming on a VGA cable just to see what sites don't care and what sites do. What do you mean of streaming on a VGA cable? What precisely do you mean with it? Isn't the analog streaming, only digital streaming should be TTM resource manager. So line 343. Maybe I don't know. Which line was it? be a buffer object keymap TQ. No, the ARM. Oops. What is this? Ah, right, on this somehow something broke autocomplete, damn it. Which part didn't apply? Ah, this part didn't apply, somehow I looked wrong at that. 343 men. Something broke autocomplete here of installing random shit into this test VM. I'm pretty sure block signal higher resolution on a VGA cable. I thought this HDCP stuff was only for digital because analog fuzzy and unsharp anyway. I thought the argument was analog is not bit perfect enough to capture, so YOLO. Gosh. What was the patch name of this? Doesn't autocomplete now. Hotfix DRM. Actually, it only partially not applies. We could keep this git header in here. Eight to 10. Maybe that's unused, maybe that's giving an unused warning, but I somehow did delete this wrong, I believe. I thought I deleted this, but somehow this didn't delete. Should read better. Soon we run out of space on this test VM. Which also I need more storage, damn it. Yeah, that you all vibe code AI shit all day long is that I don't have storage for ARM builds, right? Actually, I wanted new ones, like surprises. What's the price doing of shit here? Yes, the prices. I think the prices are still way higher than they used to. Thank you all for your vibe coding stuff. Maybe just learn coding so that we can afford memory again. So that's the ARM stuff on top of it. Sorry, I thought I had this committed better. I mean, that's true. If you white code more, you crash the market sooner. That's a reasonable argument, yes. That's so true. That's also why I voted with my wallet and cancelled my $20 ChatGPT subscriptions. That didn't really help me any. So how much does this stuff here not comes? Also, most things I don't really need the most, right? Iris. I probably could just delete this. I think it's mostly camera, except this one here, and that's very little. Maybe we still need this. Also need latest Itanium patch. Did this include hotfixes? Maybe I'll leave this for the next Itanium developer. Okay, let's get ARM build. Oh, I powered up. I waste electrons. Did push updates earlier, so that might already been just processed. Yay. Actually, where are we standing here? Okay, build is building. Nah. So we did reboot, but really getting usable RISC-V performance here. What happens because KD is a little bit heavy to test and X does currently not work and stuff? What? Do you have sway? No. Doesn't have. Hey, you further entries. How is this diagnostic? How is this diagnostic? Welcome to Hyperland. Debug, debug, debug. There is GPU information, nothing. Probably not good. Yeah, modern stuff so complex. X too old to test, X even mode setting not coming up. I mean, it's a miracle that KDE... I mean, that's also crazy, right? KDE comes up, but Hyperland, nah, don't have a GPU, I crash. Brave new world. I mean, this is so frustrating. These things of Linux ecosystem I absolutely hate. Like, the whole graphics stack became an absolute clusterfuck of a mess. Yeah, so this is why I'm longing for latest and greatest AMD EPYC thread-ripping performance, right? But isn't there some software backend in Mesa? Yes, says LVM Pipe. I have no idea what's Hyperland is giving here such cryptic shit. How should I know what this states? Crash things, checking state session D things of before sending things, config entry things. State session D things. Where is that even? I don't even know where it is. How is this kind of diagnostics acceptable? I mean, it works with KDE, which session 93. Diagnostics difficult, Hyperland, backtrace, crash reporter, format, scanned, OpenGL implementation, Hyper OpenGL, init EGL. EGL not initialized, failed to create screen. I mean, it tries to create, Aquamarine tries to use, I failed to create. I have no idea, you all. I mean, yes, we try to test the latest and greatest shit, but where is here? What's your card? Vendor ID, physical device type, LVM pipe. Yeah, this modern Mesa stuff. I mean, so many people. Will gaming be able to catch up on Windows soon? What do you mean? I thought gaming surpassed Windows performance already? This should work on the command line like this, shouldn't it? Maybe it crashes due to physical device display property things. So this is painful to read like this. Oh, so I didn't. There, it tried render. Oops, I should press this and pitch up, damn it. It does steer my OCTL version. Is this a new enough build with Vulkan PowerVR? And it has some PowerVR. I mean, maybe we miss some thing. The question is just what modern graphics stack, nothing, just word. I mean, that would be some pretty cool news if we get that to work. So we need to think about shamelessly self-promoting us more. The thing is, this build here is building. What time do we even have? 11, hey, 12. Because I didn't eat much yet today. What did I even eat? Not much. He already did. I think we will wipe code. Wasn't there some software? He already did the broken stuff. Yeah, I think we want to enable this one broken shit here by default. Like this is just hilarious. I think we want to revert this, like disable if you. I mean, the question is, I don't know how much it works. I would hope it works more than not. I would hope it only some conformance marginalities, but I don't know right now. I've not seen. But this is similar to the Penfrost, right? On the other thing, on ARM Penfrost, it also didn't work. Okay, we have Sway now. What does Sway do? But maybe Sway crashes the same. It's modern graphics stack difficult. Oh, Sway sways? Holy shit. But now we have the problem that I did not expect that. Yeah, it's Hyperland's like, maybe we shouldn't ship Hyperland by default. What is this? What's our console? What's our terminal by? What's the terminal? Alacrity. And what's term? Mod return. Oh, we didn't have this installed. It's 5 minutes for a shitty terminal. Damn it. Yeah, why don't you build some Rust terminal thing? Is meh. Alacrity Hasle. What means Hasle? Yeah, the problem is not all the keys pass through to the VM in the browser, the HDMI. That's why, like, if my local Kevin grabs those keys, then browser doesn't get them too. Don't have build output here. I mean, as this driver allegedly worked for other RISC-V things and just does mostly DMA and stuff, like, it shouldn't be impossible to get this to do something. The problem is now that we are a little bit waiting for this to build. Yeah. Then let's do that here. So remote proc, what was that even? I mean, it's crazy how slow all this stuff trickles upstream. I somehow really hate rebasing this shit all the time. Problem is also I only have here. You know what? This will even be the other, like the Raspberry Pi patch will fail even more. Oh. Which of those patches is it even? This one here? Oh. It's absolutely painful that this is not getting faster upstream, you all. Okay, let's do that when, like, I'm not in the mood for that. Like, you need to share, like, subscribe. This is just waste of time, really. Also the ever-changing Linux kernel stuff, right? Stuff gets upstream so slowly, and then it's breaking faster than you can patch for it. So we also need to update Raspberry Pi thing and Itanium. I mean, especially some major stuff. I mean, yeah, Itanium is deleted, but like the Raspberry Pi shit is not getting upstream faster is ridiculous. I change it to Control A. It shouldn't really bother you much, should it? But is that not amazing? If that ain't the future of Linux kernel patch management things. But hey, that's peak efficient Linux kernel maintenance stuff of the Itanium, right? Yeah, Git with all its amazing things. I mean, thank goodness we have gigabit Ethernet now, but gigabit internet. But like previously, people had some incremental patch thing, and it was amazing. Like now, you download like the most. Now you download some gigabyte of changes to create the patch yourself. Look, doctor, I do your Itanium work. I had here this DRI stuff truncated. Can we... so I had here 8 and I truncated that here slightly for remove those, so DRMIOCTL off. Here somewhere, huh? 1, 2, 3. 8 to 8. Is this what I had? Probably. I should test build this, but the doctor will test build this, right? Does the rest build is ARM? Is that the only? I mean, we should test Peer 3, but somehow you don't share, like, and subscribe enough, or super think, or member and prime subscribe, and all the other good things in between, and hype train. And you don't hype this enough. Basically, you're not worthy. So I guess do it yourself, send patches. Don't ask me what more I can pre-test. TTM, I think subversion up this, right? Yeah, that is how much work it is to maintain a AAA outstanding best Linux distribution. Did I not delete that? Oh, because... yeah, they need rebasing, but... who has a Qualcomm? Oh, okay, that's going somewhere. I mean, theoretically, could we pre-test this? We don't have all the build, but the patches would still fail. Holy data center. What you have running? What do you mean data center running? What do you mean? IRP3 disk here. That failed, of course. Here, good that we pre-tested this. Why would this fail again? What did they touch there again? Did I mention you're not worthy? Who shares, like, subscribe, super things for P3 things? What did they do there again? Damn it. The thing they changed. What did they touch there? Oh, damn it. Sounds like a huge fan running in the background. Yes, that's my AIO. That's only, was it even Noctua? I forgot what fans. I mean, huge is relative. That's convert allow things, new GF argument. Tree byte replace. Oh, here might change. That change. Okay, set alloc size of object. Priv. Wonderful. Tree byte shit of. And what's that? Convert object shit of stuff of. Entirely with mindless brute force using. This was done entirely with mindless brute force using git grab set things of. Here it's just GFP kernel stuff there. So shall I subscribe for P3 stuff, right? I need food. I need muesli. Also, yeah, Shellac subscribe, coding for world peace, coding for Shellac super thing for P3, ARM, Raspberry Pi 5, PowerVR, and I actually need to say for a 9950X 3D too, because have you seen the build load here? Like obviously, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I wait shortly. It makes no sense to wait shortly and. Because I think 9950X 3D2 would probably 30% faster build this stuff over my 2-year, is it already 2.5 years aging 7950X 3D? But now it's muesli time. Oh, I didn't even finish my morning coffee here. So, Flappy Bird and C, congratulations. For which platform? So he always has at least one huge fan in the stream, bad joke. Yeah, just like Jeff Gelling says he's not a fan. I'm not a fan. So, right, next thing. Foronic thing, Ryzen things, has benchmarks done on building, compiling, compared. Is that good for price gap? It's actually quite shit. It's not 500 euro price gap to 9950X 3D. It's only 300, huh? I think it's 250. Who writes code with that many spaces? NVK, PVR. Here's also Pen Vulkan. Amazing. Watt TDP is not that much more. I have already AIO. I mean, yeah, I could custom water block that, but where is this OS get option coming from? Debug get bool. What? Oh, some misclicked here. I could also not run it that highly clocked for slightly better efficiency and still have dual vcache. Actually, it should tell us that. It doesn't even tell us that. It's supposed to give us the hint, huh? Highway. Does LTO wrapper fail? The JPEG Turbo also fails. What? What the heck is that even? This didn't happen in the last build. Although I guess I added that recently. Welcome, Rui, how are you doing? Hope you have a wonderful day. Let's open JPEG. Was it this or this? Which one was it now? Ah, JPEG 2. Nope. Lit argument to build in. Which packet was it? Highway. Not impressed by this stupid stuff. Yeah, the only constant change in build regressions, right? It was building a month ago, now it's differently broken. Need more clickbait, too view views. Can you not notify your friends and family, wake up your parents or whatever? We need more views. Please correct me, I don't understand. Many people suggest Vim. I don't know what John Carmack is using. I mean, VS Code is one of the shittiest stuff. I don't know what he's currently using. Also, not everything John Carmack says and does is amazing. VS Code is the slowest piece of web engine shit that you could possibly develop in. But John Carmack is also mostly Windows-based developer, so he did run Visual Studio, Microsoft Visual Studio at most of its time. Yeah, it does matter a little bit with integration. But I also found in these monstrosities of IDEs, I never find setting. Like, I wasted so many hours of my life just clicking through Visual Studio and Xcode and shit and not finding the bloody settings I'm searching. Like, I kid you not, like, dozens of times after wasting hours going through settings, Googling the shit out of it, I ended up using VI on Visual Code Project and Xcode Project files of just VIing the shit text file and, like, not being able to find the bloody setting and the bloody convoluted UI crap. What do you mean with hard code? Like, hard code is not the right word in this context. You mean hardcore? Yes, it matters to better understand. Like, if an IDE does all the things behind the back for you, then often you don't necessarily understand what's actually going behind the back. Plus, IDEs often create non-portable, hard to share with other people, or harder to. And hey, look, they changed Kernel API. Need to fix it. Just usually not that important. Oh, the second substitutes away. Wonderful. Nothing like doing shit twice. Because I changed two APIs, because, you know. Comment there. Are you still here, Nather? 2K stuff. Yeah, you meant typing from Notepad from memory. Like nobody types from memory. You don't memorize code. You make it up. You imagine it as you go. I don't know how you program, but. Is it 7.0? Probably. Yeah, I did build it recently, so it probably is. I guess soon. Just like this. How long? Like, yeah, 1 hour here, 1 hour there. Just like this, we should soon be able to start the latest sources. The latest build output and versions. I guess in that time we could rebase more Qualcomm patches. Rust makes everything self except when it doesn't. Quickly wash the bowl, eating some strawberries. Pro tip: don't eat ultra processed food, just eat some healthy things, latest driver things. Rest is safe as hell. Why has only 45 CVS clean utils, rebuild things. Yep, totally. That's what I tell you here for years. For years I tell you that. That's what you want to share, like, and subscribe and all the good. Okay, what's Mesa doing? We can start rsynching this. Which one was this here? Generic. Brand new stuff. Arthing. Things, all of it. Here. 2, 5. Go. Could possibly go wrong. Yeah, the sound of my keyboard. Gateron. NuFi or NuFi, whatever. How is it even pronounced? Whatever. Cyberpunk stuff in the meantime deprecated. Oh, shit. I wonder if I have a faster Ethernet dongle. Oh, I need the new Ethernet dongle. Yeah, direct scan out for the win. Thank you, K-Win. Ethernet dongle in, why? What do you want to use instead? I like my stuff just workingly fast. What do you use instead of Ethernet? Buy a NIC, to be honest, and swap between PCs. What do you mean NIC? What do you mean NIC? But a USB connected Ethernet dongle is the NIC. What? You mean PCIe NIC instead of USB NIC? M.2 NIC? Because it's a RISC-V board. But even if it wouldn't, like even for your framework laptop you would need, or a MacBook Neo you would need. Yeah, thing is PCIe cards do not fit into most things, right? So, but you're welcome. Why is that so slow? What's happening here? Oh, RCU shit of stuff. Reserved data. So something is not yet 100% stable on this silicon. We had a couple of random crashes by now. That's of course not ideal. Thank you for the good work. Azure Tron things. Deep gratitude is always shown the best with some super things, right? A patronage. Do not just show great gratitude. Make sure my kid gets a birthday present. the only thing better than super fans, super things. Whatever is causing this random instability, that's not yet amazing. Yeah, it helps me a little to buy 100 gigabit NIC things that I don't need use and stuff and cannot use in most other things. You guys always make so random things up. All I need is a little bit faster Ethernet transfer. Oh, some provisioning tools, thank you very much. Also, did you already Patreon or stuff for me to afford such Ethernet NICs? Also need a matching 9950X3D to drive it. What did I run? I mean, to be fair, maybe it is the CPU frequency. So far I only had this with some of this is also meh. Why is this so meh? Yes. So UART, USB UART, nah. Maybe I should get those things. Outspeak you. The disk edition is wild, to be honest. Even Alpine takes like 500. Microcode is, I saw it in the log there. Which microcode? We load this microcode into the PowerVR. Right, if you mean that one, or what was this? If do you mean this one, that one, what do you mean this one? I'm not sure what your microcode you mean. Also, I just patched P3 things for 7.0. Tiny minor rebase things, and welcome. Which did I have here? Scheduler, right? I mean, this probably doesn't matter. It shouldn't run anything, so I guess it doesn't matter. Let's see if performance maybe avoids that. The question is, do I have what is this Pi inherited Ethernet doing? Is that doing higher performance? Which one would that be? Gigabit Ethernet? Is it this one? USB versus nothing. Is this one? Or is this new generation? Is this one? Fast Ethernet. This is RTL thing, huh? On which port is that? Also only 2B0. I guess most hubs only connect that. V3 performance patch is big. Why do most things? It had to be performance. No, it should be on demand. Or why? Because otherwise stuff idling very wastefully. Actually, T2 comes with SCHEDUTL, I believe. Usually, like usually SCHEDUTL gave me. Is version 3 performance patch a big deal? What do you mean version 3 performance? What do you mean version 3 performance patch? Yeah, so somehow it appears. Why is this on? Why is the whole thing on? Maybe this is somehow. USB 3, USB 3, USB 3, USB 2. Or is it because maybe it's using USB 2 because also display is going over that? Maybe if you display ports and you get only USB 2 for the rest. What do you mean hubs? USB hub? What do you always mean with your comments? How should I wire multiple things on a USB port without a USB hub? x86 version 3 does next to nothing. It's a nothing burger. That should basically not even really show any benchmark, or this should not really do anything substantial. All the SIMD stuff is mostly not used in the kernel. A lot of stuff is plus Sable and PowerVR, like just don't fall for random things. Okay, it's also not important right now, so it is what it is. YOLO. Not ideal. Where are we? 200 builds. Building X KDE stuff and things. So load is sometimes crazy low for how much stuff we built in parallel. Go script. I wonder which ones are which here. But maybe also YOLO. Okay, let's get stuff done. Is this for like older ones, or is this not for M3, right? Oh no, it's SI Linux, okay. Hello. This didn't build yet. We'll test build in a second. I mean, maybe we could custom build this. Maybe it builds already. Maybe, maybe not. Not sure. At least not patches. Do not apply. Okay, need something wonderful. Probably fine. Yeah, modern society, thank goodness we have everything under control. The most unhealthy pre-processed food, air pollution, but hey, thank goodness we still burn oil. Phone's next speed, magnetic chip. Okay, we still have, so we rebased most patches for Linux 7.0. The rest may be good, but I'm going for modern C++. Probably quite some contributions here, huh? I thought maybe we can reach. No, we don't commit enough each day, although I'm not even sure if that's correctly reported here. Next things. Why should this skill not be valuable? Who builds your software? Large language models? LOL. Then, but is your troll commenting a valuable skill? And what are your skills? Not really sure why that is showing that low of a up-to-dateness, which is somehow each day, each time we update here stuff, they find new. Oh no, it's just very minor. No, whatever. It's only one. Okay, YOLO, whatever. Okay, why this is building? We are still Schmidt a bit late, but immer Lust hab's. Why are you against strong types in kernel? Of course, strong types in kernel. I don't know why mix always stuff. Of course, strong type's good. I said static typing for UI is not amazing. You guys somehow mix everything always and misquote me. Stop misquoting and mixing stuff up. I say something about UI doesn't mean it applies to kernel. Here, Qt things. Look at that. How many builds are we? Oh, here. Just in 2 hours we rebuild all of desktop things. Let's see if we can pre-test that. What render, what card do we have now? Here is physical type LVM pipe. This does not yet want to work. Sock display at point P, Saturn HE. Card 0. It has here imagination. Oh, look at this. Oh, maybe, you know what? Maybe my compatible thing is wrong. Maybe that is why it doesn't apply. Maybe I copy and pasted the wrong compatible yesterday. You know what is funny? I wonder. I mean, I appreciate you pressing the hard button. I realized this for months already. Like, who is sitting there and pressing the hard button on YouTube? I mean, it's so cute and all and stuff. But, like, who is doing that? The 1% female viewership? Because somehow I don't even know what that's supposed to do and mean and stuff, yo. If you press the hard button, please let me know why. I doubt it is, or is this like right now? Like, unless it's my family sitting at home and watching my live stream, but the skill was and has always been valuable. If you know what you're doing, don't allow interesting. The internet has only girls. What are GIRLs? You mean the internet? You mean the thing that behind every cute internet girl is a fat drunken man on his Homer Simpson couch? Guy in real life. Okay. Homer Simpson in real life. Okay, hear me out. We probably did this wrong. So Dr. said, the helpful doctor here, our 10x engineer. Maybe it's matching it there. on the compatible scan, the compatible thing. BXM thing, you say, and someone mentioned the I thought this also that has been uploaded as a BCM, that was uploaded as a BCM firmware, which no longer see errors, but I don't know if it's a firmware thing or. Okay, let's see. We have let's try to figure that out. We have rogue Z, and you see you say like, but that's interesting. I didn't expect that to T-heads BCM 464. But that's not, we have, that's not that one. Wait, is it where I clicked? SA BCM 464. Man, is this cursed? Do they have a they don't have a further explanation here. The thing is, I don't even know which is which. Where did you... Where would the stupid feature things even... Okay, here is something. Docs HTML. Okay, so we have that. Okay, that indeed matches that to that here. Okay, let's change the compatible string again. Let's see what that does for us. Did I paste that in here? Okay, if it doesn't build, we change it, because I yesterday pasted the so you say BXM 464 is what you're saying. But then we also need, you say matches here in device info. Can we load this? Hello, hello, load faster. Device are here, device info. That's public name, device info. Device ID 36 stuff series B series BXM4. Not sure if it's even using that from here, but does it build? Oh, we need then. Oh wait, we only need Yeah, so I yesterday pasted shit in here. I just pasted that here. Probably here, huh? We were looking at this div info things. Actually, the only thing we need is a device tree. Yes, we try to bring up PowerVR open source stuff on RISC-V SpaceMid K3. But we also develop a whole Linux distribution and all other kind of stuff and things. Like we're just the regular 10x engineer trying to do 10x engineering things. Let's reboot. Oops, wrong. So now it should imagination PCM4 thing, but like if it's that platform compatible potentially maybe. Does this give us, no, this does not give us anything different. I said it's a long shot. Not only try to bring up a new crash command things. What? Not only try to like not only Linux Kernel Developer doing Linux Kernel Development things, also like full stack and distribution developer and GPU enabler. This is just simply do everything. Do we have here dot somewhere, or is it just? Okay, this didn't fix the thing yet. That's unfortunate. The question is on which is it only has card 2, it's only matching card 2 with render D128. But maybe there is nothing on the other displays, I don't know. On which thing is the display? It's on card 1. For whatever reason. Which one did I say? Because it somehow has here card 2 with render. But Vulkan should also work. Yeah, this modern stuff is just too bloody complicated. Herr Schumacher, no. I think it should output a warning. As far as I've seen it, I didn't forget to set it. I intentionally didn't set it because the code looks like it should output the warning. It doesn't output that warning. Half problem. Display due to thing. Now that we could talk to the hardware, need user space stack to render. Application GL mark, I think open GL Mesa P for things. DMA buff to display hardware. The separations where the kernel plumbing put one GPU and things had to done independently before we could work together. Kernel branch, Mesa branch, build release, X11 Wayland, Vulkan drivers, GLX, enabled, disabled, tools. What is that here, by the way? Is this question mark here? Is this exclamation mark here needed? Explicitly select our device. How, where is this coming from? Just working graphics stack, amazing. Dark silicon. Cache fix version 1. Mark the entire display subsystem as non-coherent. But we're not even getting that far. I mean, I could do that, but core dumped. Yeah, this modern stuff, this graphic stuff, it's a strangely overly complicated mess. Yes, the hardware is complicated and mess, but the software stack, I'm not a fan of this. I have a ARM board where it's like Imagination gave me last year, Imagination Tech gave me this Beagle Play. Where this open source stack was working last year already. If in retrospect, if just we had done more with that, right? It's super frustrating to now needing to debug how this device probing and selection works. It's also ridiculous that each time I have some different hardware, I need to debug how this shit is even supposed to work. Like each time, each and every time. Togglebit, Run, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate this. We're in the middle of wondering why our GPU doesn't work. Hope you had a wonderful live stream. What is Linux? Is it what makes what? Wanted to try our T2 kernel builder so that your T2 kernel store wanted some sort of person to make a fully base ISO. GPUs. Not so shout out Togglebit, thank you for the raid. And Property. What is Linux? Is it what makes Windows work? Not really sure about your comments. Linux is an open source kernel done as a hobby by Linus Torvalds. Just makes what makes Android work. Strange comments here. Not really sure what's crashing. Except maybe it's just missing dependency. That's probably. So I think the load is unreasonably high. Oh no, not unreasonably. Just single-threadedly linking. So yeah, for everyone new, we developed T2 Linux. We did already multiple things today. Updated Linux kernel, rebased some things. In general, we want to get the PowerVR GPU working on this RISC-V board. Actually, did I? Actually, yes, I committed this already. PowerVR. What keyboard? New 5 field 75. Here, keyboard. Yeah, it would be great if you sent a patch, right? Discord works for me in the browser. Like basically you all want, like I spent my lifetime making all the complex stuff work and you cannot send a patch for a small tiny little UI thing, right? What was even there? Could wipe code. Should we wipe code? Okay, let's not. I mean, we ask better Google search. How is this matched? Linux makes Windows work, but should be super useless. What? Linux makes Windows work, but to be honest, they should remove Linux in Windows, like it's super useless and no one uses Linux. I don't know why you write such strange comments. Like literally the only thing that professionals still use Windows is because it has a Linux subsystem for Windows. Like without Microsoft implementing. Did I pushed something online? We want to rebuild with, didn't push the latest updates yet, and rebuild with Linux Kernel 7.0. Oh, LibreOffice did liberate. Was that here? Probably, huh? I hope we don't build stuff in parallel now. Code Rewe, guten Tag. Ja, warten Sie mal eine Sekunde. Ich muss hier mal kurz. running a business live on Twitch and YouTube. Exactly, me neither. I also don't have respect for big tech. Big tech, I mean, we also need to differentiate. Sure, I hate NVIDIA, but I have respect for what GPU they did. But that's same for AMD. But I don't respect NVIDIA that much because they're a completely evil company. And that's like saying you would respect Trump or Elon Musk or whatnot. But like even Intel, relatively evil, but still respect for what high performance CPUs they did, right? Similar to AMD and stuff. Windows computer, but my friend put Linux operating system on it, which blows my mind. In which way? It's just installing an OS that's not mind blowing. Video had to release hotfixes because kernel changing. Yeah, HDMI. Do we build the same working? I know I found here like some minutes, 5 or so. We would PHP. What is that even? Like where's that coming from? Okay, holy shit! Like what the fuck? Why is it doing bloody that? You cannot make that shit up. Good that I don't need QEMU, doesn't even work on RISC 5 KVM for me right now. What you building? We're building to Linux and try to bring PowerVR graphics up on. Right. That is annoying you all. How do we even test boot that now? Yeah, good question. Probably 10 years behind, to be honest. What is needed is there's still a lot of out of order speculation stuff. Like what people underestimate is how much work it is to design the thing is not RISC 5, the thing is building a embarrassingly massively out of order speculating any CPU. What would that be? What would you want? Do we have Lenovo ThinkPad things? What do we have from Toshiba? Oh, that stuff. How fast even booklet 3G Atom stuff, but that's in order. Oh, that doesn't have performance. Which other? Oh, okay, yeah, but that's obviously super old shit. Mania, obviously. Yeah, but that's high performance stuff, right? That doesn't. Oh, this has. Bash. Hey, it's faster than this super old stuff. Which was what, quad core? Dual core. I mean, that's pretty high performance. Single core, where were we? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty high performance, right? So that's what, over 10 years. Yeah. But this was also relatively energy hungry, right? But I mean, modern stuff, less energy hungry, of course. Do we have ThinkPads? I mean, yeah. But I mean, it's only 3 times. Is it 3 times slower than this one here? It's not that extremely bad. I mean, it's Raspberry Pi 4 performance approximately, I think. Which is a long way for homegrown CPU startup. Raspberry Pi 4 is horrible. Yeah, I mean, it's not state of the art, yes. I mean, maybe it's slightly faster than some things Raspberry Pi 4. I just don't have one. I have only Raspberry Pi 5. Yeah, nobody said this is epic thread ripping stuff, right? Maybe I should have copied that to a new partition to better swap it out. Yeah, but most people want to use more than a serial console and VPN stuff in their laptop, so I understand that. Somehow this is pretty loaded, right? Don't even run here. Wait, what? Ah, shit, somehow. I mean, most people would also not compile a web browser on any laptop. Yeah, that's pretty loaded. Damn it. Okay. Let's try to start understanding why Mesa. We're making an OS. We just make also a Linux kernel and graphic driver. What's so annoying is like I want to do stuff like I don't want to like you know, like when you want to get stuff done, it's maybe because the default GPU, like maybe it is because DRM info does not show the render node for the one connected the display to. Here's things. Here's OF name, EMG, GPU, driver. Here's driver PowerVR. But why does shit not work then? You cannot make this shit up. Like, I so hate the graphic. Like, this is such a convoluted mess. It's ridiculous. When we get this working, we will like, dude, is that stupid? Why verb fields English sometimes? Hello, Cosmic. Right. Welcome. We have Vulkan, PowerVR, Mesa. Why does it not try to use it? Open add. Valid argument. That one's readling things on. Read link at because I mean this, I don't know what that does. It is frustrating. I'm not liking this strange stuff. But that's when you don't have one driver architecture, but like Linux kernel and Xorg and Mesa and Vulkan and nah, and everything sucks differently. It's pretty loaded here. People might not like it, but somehow a lot of user space infrastructure, the free desktop project touched like just sucks. Like Wayland and Mesa and you said define device indent things, device ID series. Oh, here's some device ID. Is this the same as with 1010 36 183? I mean, why do they need to force a sync driver in sects like that? Like, where's this 1010 coming from? Bizarre shit. Yeah, that's why I need new silicon here. That stuff too slow. It's a new file, field 75. Said this a couple of times already. Number one question, gate to run. Wait, is that even the right link? Yes, it is. Mesa device select. If you specify layer things, what layers are found, things. What the bloody heck is even going on here? Skipping surface info. Can we build faster? How long? 3 hours? Damn it. What's even building so long? Firefox and Thunderbird. I hope it's not building twice. But maybe not, it's probably just sub-process things there. This stuff is such a failed clusterfuck, you all. use Mac as a hardware? No, why should I? I use... Why should I use Mac? It's like the most expensively limited cursed. I have some Macs in my collection, but like I use a Ryzen, AMD Ryzen. RISC-V things ARM X1 Elite. Do you use a Mac? I use Linux. Why should I give Apple my money if I use Linux? Can I make this shit up? Can make it kernel driver work, but not the bloody user space crap. Yeah, AI hallucinating, often no upstream will at all. It's like just, yeah, stuff so complex you need to ask a large language model to hallucinate some shit together. We have been there. Removing driver due to not having any physical devices. Such a cursed infrastructure. You know, this really burns me out, like this demotivates me so much. Like I need to constantly waste hours trying to figure out what these people YOLO together. This is so demotivating. It's 50%. It's just purely wrong shit. I don't find it very useful. Only when only when I've completely no idea anymore. And like even Google knows shit. Then I sometimes ask it, and rarely it's helpful. So how does this shit, like, how does this stupid driver? I mean, this here is a little bit cursed in that I copied some drivers over, but if just I would know what. Which card are we currently even attached to all that? I waste enough time making shit work. I have no, why should I like LLMs? LLMs are not a good technology. It's large compressed language database stuff with fuzzy text prediction shit. Like that people call it AI is like, sorry if Trap is listening and stuff, but like with all my due respect, LLMs are a joke. Expensively, environmentally wasting, nah. It's as much as a joke as this overwhelming infrastructure here, like this. I can remember when in the good old days we had hardware, simple hardware to just work. Now we have a convoluted spaghetti maze of meh. Let's read documentation. Vulkan driver things, starting with those rogue architecture, conform and Vulkan things on yet things version of exporting things. Active development, BXM things, B series things of I think we had seen that online. Architecture agnostic calls, specific code things, arch dispatch, return macros. Does this do something? Thing I would like to, I prefer the days that pasted shitty. Thank you. But whatever. I mean, yeah, stronger together, but always feels like a noob of like asking the most trivial question, like, dude, shit just does not want to work, like what's even bloody going on? And what's with this build here? LTOing like forever. That's what we need peak Epic thread-ripping Ryzen performance. How did you get to this level? Which level? Not being able to get some... Yeah, I also looked to core, but like all this stuff like doesn't even make the most sense here. Like, I feel like a total beginner not getting some user space to work a bit. What does this stupid stuff work here? Where would it even be? Overwhelming instant support, everyone busy at work. Vulkan. Yeah, proprietary hits me a little. Like basically AI is some hallucinating here some random crap together. Early large part of the US. Yeah. Mostly UK developers, right? UK and Europe. Mesa Error needs, like, if you would listen to AI, like half of the stuff here is wrong, right? It's like there is a driver, but AI tells you there is no driver. Like just use proprietary sticks. Like yeah, LOL. Like if you in a modern world, if people listen only to AI, they get nothing done anymore and mess-led like all the time. Totally uninformed, random bullshit. Here, finished building that shit. Need new computer. Computer overloaded. How many KDE things still? Yeah, what should I use instead of? Is this more debug? Oh, that's wrong. By the way, hear me out. What is we could check here on this here actually. Because this Qualcomm thing works. Which driver is Qualcomm? The Qualcomm driver is, so that's X1 Elite. So they all have a card and the render node. And the card is display controller Qualcomm X1 Elite DPU thing. But here this render doesn't have any compatible thing. How does it work then? Because what does it even say on Vulkan info? This says Adreno. How does that match? Physically device integrated GPU. How does that bloody work? This is magic. The Mini Pro. Yeah, but I'm not in making AI rich again. I want to know. I don't want to AI hallucination shit. So, How is this matching? Here's Adreno. Device using Vulkan free Drano. This somehow matches. The question is how? This lock here looks like shit. Due to not having any backtrack the code. Linux read sorted physical devices. LVM pipe Arduino. LVM pipe, LVM pipe. I mean, I guess it must be purely in the Mesa PowerVR driver. Bizarre. Purpose is just this is just should fix this somehow. This is just missing some dependency. What was it? Purpose? I hope it's not a case again. Why do you write risk 5? This has nothing to do with risk 5. This has something to do with this Mesa infrastructure shit. The extra information goes directly into the desk. Now we just cleaned this up last year. previous stream conf for packages deprecated. I mean, .conf still works, but it should just be in the desk file, yes. It has been merged, yes. I had epiphany to make this anything but started to grab problems things making Linux boot work. PowerVR Mesa driver, you will waste 4 hours. You should take a break, hydrate yourself, drink coffee. If this is the PowerVR Mesa driver, why do you say that? Because the handbook mentioned, yeah, we need to improve the handbook. Yeah. You know, 30 years ago, PCI was invented and everything fetched to some vendor and product ID and stuff, and now it's like some random device tree arm and risk crap. It's like, yeah. This has, by the way, nothing to do with RISC-V, but everything to do with PowerPC and Mesa. PowerVR physical device. PVR device info. How does dump info work? Still try to get what else? We only use T2 Linux. Of course it's better. I wouldn't use T2 Linux if it wasn't the best Linux. You have questions, you all. It's comparable to Gen2 and Nix and stuff, just better suits my needs. Maybe it must just this DRM info not matching. The question is, how do we get something out of there? Was this his card too? I do usually mount that. Name PowerVR. Should probably breakpoint in PowerVR physical device things. Bus type platform. Windows system things. On device of all platform. Match device bus type bus platform. PVR can present on device. Can present on device? What English is that? WENID. Device ENID. Support modifiers can present on device. No, I'm not impressed here. So how long did we? Yeah, 4 hours to. No, not 3 hours to rebuild everything. Actually, thirdly, we should everything the post-processed. Somehow this makes me very depressedly dissatisfied. Some hydration, maybe even coffee. Where are we here? 775. Probably what in with the Linux kernel. I don't need the Linux kernel to boot. I mean, I guess we could probably technically reboot already. No, the issue is that no user space thing doesn't want to work with it without a reason. The kernel stuff looks fine. The user space stuff just doesn't want to do anything without any diagnostics. Oh, the sun is shining. Let's save some electrons. Let's free some electrons from their slavery of... Quick question. Tips for undergraduate students who wants to get into Linux further. Everything is threatened by AI, but currently AI not good. If you have time, we watch your codes, and if you have time, we're already busy debugging this stuff. You know what we could do? I could take the Beagle playboard out. I just don't know how much we did T2 take over. That's the only other device that's kinda fully upstream supported. Just to see if the T2 driver would work. But on the other hand, we could also just, instead of randomly trying stuff, we better just attach a debugger and a Linux kernel. Not important right now. Also, what's failing here? Initialization of APF. Oh, I thought I had renamed that. Did I not rename that? But yeah, we don't need this. But you constantly see me working on the highest level of production code of Linux kernel and Mesa, right? I mean, this is just the reality. You need to the whole day fix other people's junk. Needs rebase, not important, not my department. I have other things to do. We only accidentally imported this with T2 Linux Apple T2 patches. Okay, so that's fully built except Linux kernel, which we don't need for this. We run something slightly older anyway. So just like this, we have a full build. Just like this, we better Erzink. Because it's a post process with some, so that should be all. The question is, should I reboot or should I... but technically it shouldn't really be necessary. I guess technically we need debug symbols. Man, debugging this shit. We are not collecting stats. T2 usage increased some 26,000%, yes, from low numbers to last year on our mirrors. I'm not in the, like, I just do this for myself and you, for myself, for you and for myself and I. You're free to use it. Send some love, send some patronage. Is this thin enough? Is this rust? Wow, this crumbs. Solid stainless, shouldn't be rust. Yeah, we're not Adobe or Microsoft or Apple. We're not stats collecting business people. Even better than respect would be shall I subscribe, follow, super thank. Oh, by the way, we are approaching 9,000 followers on Twitch. Only 3 missing. We will manage that today. Don't delay, follow today. Stuff. Support. -2. Thank you. Things, yeah, right. Everyone on YouTube and stuff. Here, things. Debugging Linux. Oh, last miles is last miling. Here things, right? That's amazing. Yeah, I need debug symbols. Hard to debug without debug symbols. I mean, not impossible, just harder. Just like this, we have coffee. So, Mesa things. "16-year-old problem is that I know C++, but I'm not able to, and build stuff. Can help me and tell me where to learn these things like libraries and stuff. Please, sir, me." I have a medium post follow level things. Cannot, I'm sorry, but I can't tutor here everyone. I just look into things I like to do and books and things. Size mismatch. Things bool match versus bool match is proc address. Physical VK from handle. Should say this big city life gets on my nerves, you all. I hope I put fresh water into the hot water, but sometimes but worst case it's boiled anyway, right? Allow on device on all things, DRM device get PVR can device on bus platform. How about this one? Device init things of. Let's try if we. Why does this? Doesn't init? Or debugger doesn't work. Yeah, the most stupid stuff you need debug here, like it's not stripped. Vulkan is stripped, so but what is funny that the thing is called PowerVR Mesa. Oh, you know what? Maybe the proprietary driver didn't work because we copied PowerVR. Maybe there's some other proprietary. Maybe, Juice, it's stupid. Also, this whole stuff here is a little bit nah, but now I need to analyze where is even and why the heck What's even going on today again? This is your website. I post on Medium, if you mean that. We also have T2 Linux and Xcode. What is the other? I mean, is the other 3 Drano? I'm not worried about it. I'm only saying it's a little bit funny. I'm not worried about it. I'm only saying it's funny. All the other things don't have Mesa in the name. How to even start here? Still too hot to drink. How did this switch to terminal? I don't have this. Okay, Tmax. It doesn't flash for me, it only flash for you. Blame the KDE people. 2005 Linux distributions, and like it doesn't flash for me. It's Kwin people, yeah, they do their own Linux distribution but cannot flicker free capture their desktop. I'm sorry for that. I'm probably more sorry for that than the KDE people. But hey, Wayland, have you not heard on Phoronix? Wayland is the future and everything is amazing except shit flashes and stuff. That's probably not in here. That's probably in Vulkan loader. Yeah. mean, maybe, it must be something. Of course, an OS kernel can be written in C++. Many were. I'm so. Like, there is nothing more frustrating than figuring out what other people's curse code is doing. And your college professor sounds like an idiot, and I think by 2030 most AI companies will be bankrupt. Why is your college professor still teaching you if he thinks in the future everyone will be homeless? Hey, we unload drivers because 32-bit applications. What did just grab not having and backtrace the code, right? No, it's but loader driver bit, loader info, loader log. This is not satisfying. Give example of closed methods. First of all, did you say all engineers will be homeless and things? They will not every be. I doubt it's something as simple as pointing to the correct SO, like you guys. Why should all other drivers work? You guys have ideas. What are the API entry points for? I mean, does the debugger otherwise work? I mean, main doesn't breakpoint, but doesn't have a symbol, right? What if we... default text editor is VI or Emacs. Also, it shouldn't really matter much for you. You know how we find the plugin? Vulkan imagination drivers, Vulkan. Where should I even start looking at this curse stuff here, man? This is what I mean, like all this ecosystem is so strangely time-wastingly written. I'm really not impressed by this engineering. By the way, how we don't build our here? How do we have? We don't. Does this have a? This has Vulkan. Oh, this has a Gallium driver. We had been at PowerVR. I want a broken Vulkan driver. We have been there. We have, as far as I've seen, I mean, we exported this multiple times. Also, from what I've seen, it should output a warning anyway. It didn't output this. I can redo that. I appreciate you guys want to help. We've been there, we have been done that. But no. Is learning C++ worth it for jobs? Future, probably as good as many other things. Maybe plumber, electrician, carpenter, even more job security for the future. Somehow I never liked this Mesa architecture. It's such a strange mess. The thing is, it's so overwhelmingly complex that it's even... Not that there is just some tribal name still. The name shouldn't matter, right? GPU, GPU, this is just some arbitrary name in the device tree. Guess we could change this, but I guess it also doesn't matter. That's the 2 Linux. You should know that by now. It's just amazing, just simply amazing, T2 Linux. Here's physical device. Did we break on that? Oh, that breaks. Yay. How did I learn it? Before the internet. In the good old golden book days. These days, internet should be full of it. I guess you can ask Wikipedia or your favorite LLM for hallucinating some hallucinating random garbage. Not really, Dr. Schuppert. I'm doing some unsuccessful loser, trying to figure out. I basically did nothing. I have it hard. I'm currently a little bit low on motivation. Of the kernel stuff was easy and basically 3.5 lines, and I'm just like the stupid user code user. And for 1 hour, for 1 hour, I tried to motivate me to debug faster. Trying to understand why this Mesa code does nothing. So I'm basically wasting my time debugging slowly. Somehow maybe I should write a microkernel. I don't like this kind of stuff. It's not for me. Like somehow I like debugging stupid shit for 25 years. Somehow I don't like with this. I feel like I don't have energy left for the stupidity. GCC is out. Yay. I mean, we don't really like. I kinda don't even feel like early adopting GCC. All I wanted was a stable release update. I mean, we can try and we could be lucky and it doesn't break much. But all the last GCC releases broke so much, and takes weeks to debug random fix patch random stuff. I mean, in T2 we mostly tweak stuff too. We automatically substitute stuff to work by simply adding some not warning on, like some global tweaks of like just don't warn and error out enough, because otherwise patching so many packages is absolutely doesn't scale. I mean, theoretically, the right thing would be to test debug all, and like if we had sponsoring, we could test build all of T2 and see how much breaks, if that would be of any value. But like just for fun, I'm kind of not doing that. It's kinda, yeah. I mean, maybe now they have time to get a stable update out. But also somehow a new compiler doesn't really help us any. It just wastes our time getting stuff to build again. Approaching 100 viewers on YouTube, which is amazing. Where was the relative path of this? Also fun stuff is that there appears to be no plan for some reason. You mean no .0? Maybe because their development cycle was... I didn't follow, but speculating, maybe their cycle is so overdone that there's like, nah, we took so long to fix the last showstopper, it's probably tested enough by now. what was the relative directory to maybe did it says here's this PVR get step into three get devices to max devices num devices out enumerate cannot access memory get devices. What is it even? Not maximum devices. What did it get here? Bus type, PCI USB platform. Folks, what's even going on? Device compatible. That was everything, huh? I'm not keeping up either, just have to ask Jakubianik, he wants my simple fix. I mean, given that nearly nobody's using Itanium, like why can they not get that into last minute 16.1 anymore? Is this not Itanium, or is it not Itanium only, but yeah, I've seen that. I just find it a little bit silly, you all. This is somehow this big name open source stuff is somehow a little bit too bureaucratic. Why should I be from Russia? Why would you say that? It's a bit insulting, you all. Are you from Russia? Why do you always ask this? Do you look Russian? Accent. Split accent. Bitte ask me if I'm French or American. Thank you. See, look French. I look French. There you have it. Problem solved. So we get 3 DRM devices, right? Does this match what we even have? Do we have 3? Actually, I think we have 3. What? Oh, wrong. Yeah, 3. Why is this skipped as not compatible? Wait, const DRM dev? DRM device const device pointer, available nodes, bus type 2, bus info. Is this a union or not, or meh? P device info. I think it should be the third, right? I mean, this should be ordered, shouldn't it? Somehow this is meh. They're all bus type 2. I think it shouldn't be that, should it? MediaTek MTGPU. Is one in TI and one in MediaTek? Do they have two different things in there? Huh? Why was one MediaTek and why were they also TI? Huh? This should be some SpaceMed display DP thing. What's going on there? It's a null pointer. Oh shit. Where do those come from? Is the number of, are those hard-coded in? My nerves. Is this like literally hard coded in Mesa? Can't make this shit up. Who writes this like so stupid like this? Why is everything written stupidly? Why is this here? This is ridiculous. Why is this not matching compatible PowerVR? Like, who writes always this shit? This wasted another hour of my life, right? Sure, we get this mountain of graphic library for free, but like, constantly sucks. I don't get this stupidity. Everything you touch here always sucks. Can't make this stupid shit up here. Let you DDoS you hurt any day, just don't stop until it's completely overwhelmed. What you guys even writing here? Platform compatible. What do we even have in there? Imagination. That's what I put in there. Why are they not matching something like that? I don't understand why they wrote it so stupidly. I don't understand. Is that not the right thing to put in there? Can't mix this shit up. Good things they generically put the compatible things in there, but also currently supports all three things. It's like, wow. Wow. By the way, do they need to map any of this? What a clusterfuck of fail. Like also diagnostics, right? If it printed that's like this is so wrongly engineered. And maybe no, upstream will never change it because like, nah, years ago we put the stupid compatible things in there. And it's like, why is it so like, and then my customers like, yeah, I probably get this to work in 1 day or whatnot. And then like, nah, sorry, took 2 days. Like, how the heck did this take 2 days? It's like, yeah, because everywhere I looked, I wasted hours of finding shit because no diagnostics and stupidly written. But it's open source, 10,000 eyes, must be amazing. It's like, yeah, must be amazing. Meson things of setup things ninja install here. So I think this installs wrong. I think we need to. I think this might install wrong without this here. Don't get me wrong, but how do you have so much here? Me and my friends are, and we both gray. Already got gray hair and I'm just FE. What strange things are you writing here? Like, are you on drugs or what? Will this do something? But yeah, I guess use T2 Linux and eat healthier, right? I guess T2 Linux prevented me from getting too many gray hairs. PowerVR 8P series sings Halle fucking shit, hallelujah! Does it fucking do something? Nobody knows. Holy fucking shit! Do we have any Vulkan benchmark thingy things? Like what is stupid shit? Like who makes this shit up? And by the way, and this is the disconnect on Phoronix, everything but T2 Linux is amazing. And this is like for 25 years I fix shit like each like not each time it's that shitty, but like this is like hilarious. I should literally file like the thing is like I'm also kinda so burned out of stupid shit. The right thing would be to file a Mesa thing of like why do we hard code things and not like use generic compatible things of. Also, it doesn't this will not even long term. Like imagine if there are eventually 100 things in there. Oh, nice, thank you, appreciate that. Disable LD config. Oh, they have a config option for this. I appreciate this. If someone wants to import this, I'm currently busy. Like someone of T2 right access people of. This is stupid. It took me 1 hour of procrastinating of. I mean, I probably could have debugged this slightly faster if I'd not be so overwhelmed of where the fuck should I even start with this stupid shit here. Software, including most of, is just systematically terrible. Yeah, but the thing is also like a lot of high-profile people think they're the most clever. This code should have never been written exactly like that. Also, like if there were any, if just there were diagnostics, I would have saved hours. Now the question is, I don't really want to reboot right now. Took you an hour just to figure out how to make Wire Plumber stop pushing AV apps where it disconnected my headphone. Oh yeah, I can imagine, yes. Yeah, recurring diagnostics, right? It's important. It's like only constant chain regressions, bad code, and diagnostics. So important. Did we build Alacrity? That's also the wrong password. We built that. Then let's test if. The thing is, though, does. It's like now, what was the terminal thing? Enter. Hey, that even worked. Amazing. Oh, we have one problem though. Where does Wayland? Oh shit, that's not ideal. What is the default termination thing? Maybe I should just boot this new installation. Because how does it authorize this modern Wayland thing? Yes, I run it as root. All I want to see is where did I mount? New, right? Where does it native display? How does it XDG stuff, right? In hear me out. Maybe we just boot it because yeah, previously could just X11. This is no, it's. I guess we just reboot and stop fiddling around here. Thank you for T2 just works. I don't usually use. Sometimes I ask ChatGPT. Once a day I ask ChatGPT just to make sure they go bankrupt. And then the answer is usually a complete clusterfuck, just like today. Also, like this kind of stuff, like debugging the heck out of broken shit, is not something I feel agentic LLM things currently would help me much. But probably Trap disagrees. Let's make this somehow boot. This will be a little bit annoying now. I could just like rsync all the boot stuff here. Also, which module do we use? We use 6, right? One shot at the version of 30-year-old compression stuff using GPT 5.4. Yeah, Trap, but how should I plug in this complexity of graphic driver doing nothing into ChatGPT or any other agentic AI? Like, but I'm happy that, I mean, yes, once I also plugged in some hex values like some months, like 6 months ago, 5 months ago. I also plugged in some hex values of USB capture and like what's this random bytes, and ChatGPT correctly identified, hey, that's a timestamp of date hour. It's like 2. Yes, I would have never thought about this, that scanner vendor includes date and time. So I was just wondering, like, why do these hex values randomly change? It's like ChatGPT, yes, that's a timestamp. It's like, oh, cool. Yeah, okay, well done. But and I find Opus and pretty decent in debugging. Just have to be careful what you're accessing. Download open code. But where should I run open code? On this RISC-V board? I should run open code on like a low performance, unstable, okay, serial console. Nah. You know what? I'd rather get my stuff done than waste like 1 token per year. What do I mean 1 token per year? So, 1 token per year on. You're not. Yes, you're right, but also obviously they want to feed all the data through their AI systems to steal everything from you and process this for you. Then I have an idea, Trap. You said you get this board, you set it up to do that, and then you let me know how long it took. Right? I'm happy to hear that. But hey, hear me out, Trap. Then how about we throw all GPU drivers and like the even the old PowerVR stuff, like the iPhone stuff. How about, hey, how we throw a, can this shit not fully automatically reverse engineer the Intel Pulse Board GMA stuff that we obviously setz lieber die Brille ab, dann siehst du das ganze Elend nicht. Ah! All the bugs gone. Give me SSH access and I try, yeah. I wanted to increase the sales of this phenomenally outstanding and made to work RISC-V board so the company gets some cash back for sending one to me. Who did I bribe? I think Outstanding Open Source. I bribed them with Outstanding Open Source work, and there's like, here's prototype number 16. But for that I also spent my lifetime making shit work, right? So the question is, who benefits more, they or I? But yeah. Also, I would have had this board 14 days earlier if it would not have been 14 days in customs over Eastern. Theory things, what give me things, so... Scarthy, your good man is... Now that this stuff starts to do a little bit, your good man is slightly better. I wish I understood what's... Is there a robbery going on near something? That's just big city life, right? You live stream from New York, Kiev, right? Paris, London, that's the background. Big Apple background sounds. AKA, have you watched any of Casey Neistat's video? That's the same here. So, what would we need to make this boot? There it was. You know what? Maybe we just shut down. If you work on OSS, actively engage. Actually, I tried, like for 20 years, I got nothing. It's not easy for OSS actively engaged companies. I only get something since I live stream. Before that, I was an unsuccessful open source loser. Oh, there is something. Thank you, work on this RISC-V board. You're welcome. Thank you for your super things. Ron was it Romanian? Thank you for your super thing. That is amazing. Even I didn't get a. I mean, yes, I found an AMD CPU bug. I got nothing. I tried to social engineer AMD to get me a 19950X3D2. It's like, yes, they're high-end SKU, but hey, it's not Epic. It's not Epic or Threadripper. Even with my growing YouTube and Twitch, AMD did not just give me a 19950X3D2, which I think they should for all the work I compile here, right? Clearly, surely. So, yeah. So everything I ever, like, I think for my open source work, I never got something ever for free. The only things I have here are from embedded projects where people paid me to actually do stuff. Like Archivistor, scan leftovers, or 3G, like the 3G baseband workstation, PowerPC. It's like they did not send that to me for like open source converters, but like paying me to work on shit. But if you get something for open source, then you need to be high profile, obviously, and need to be very importantly known, like even more than I. I'm only known for my Twitch and YouTube, but and thank you again for super things. We need more of those. Thank you so much. Can actually heart that here. NVMe things, no, that's not right. SDA things of 3, right? And then we have basically mkdir old move. I hope that's the right one. Is it what we booted? Yeah. The boot I copied over, we could directly move the sources here. It's nothing, right? I set a password. What else would we need? I guess plug it in and hope for the best. Received 2 or 3 boards from vendors and a few ARM boards years ago working on Misco asking if they had offers aimed at little bigger companies. Sure, I need YouTube or so. Hey, I'm approaching that. Approaching 700,000k YouTube. But should. Where did I? Oh, there I did. Okay, let's plug it in first and see if it does something. That's for review stuff, and even smaller get review stuff often enough they sent it someone. If PC games hardware in Germany got a huge storage. System cannot boot missing machine things. What do you think about open code? I've not tried it, but in general, how much do you earn by all this coding etc? Not much. Very few people. Who do you think should pay for all of this? Like you shares, like and subscribes. I finance this by my company, right? And selling Mac software, which is like the whole open source ecosystem totally doesn't work. It is pointless to us. Like in a way, it's also like how much. Also like, why do guys always need to talk about money? How much do you make? But I somehow want to work on making open source development stuff somehow more organically, fairly stuff, but I think we would need to rebuild some completely new fair code. Like, because open code is somehow what started to be as some socialist experiment turned out to be totally destroyed by big mega corporations just taking stuff and maximizing profit and giving as little back as possible. How we cannot easily fix it, like fixing that would... The thing is, like, if we do some more fair code, like everyone would just hate on it because like it's not true open and left copyright left and or whatnot, so why do we not have that though? How are you doing? I hope you're having a nice day. Yes, thank you. Hope you're having a nice day too. Yeah, the reason why I ask AMD for, like, first of all, I feel like I made here the biggest advertisements for AMD for 5 years for free. Not only did I stick to AMD when they were nearly bankrupt buying their Phenoms, but I also shouted out this stuff. I mean, not only did I build 2700, 3150, 5150, and 7150, I also constantly set epic thread ripping and stuff, right? So I think after buying every high-end CPU for 5 years, like basically 4 of them, like, okay, the first wasn't the highest end, but the nearly highest end, and shouting epic thread ripping and building, like everyone is going, what do you use to build? Like they could have really given me also like, hey, I found a CPU bug, right? Like but that's a disconnect, right? You do open source, you do YouTube and Twitch, you find a CPU bug, you shout out for years, you use AMD stuff, and you get nothing. So is there alternative like source first commercial use but no commercial things, dual licensing, auto conversion after? Yes, more people should use those, but the first freak out you wish annoying, which is annoying, probably less than one. So does this still work? Maybe it has a lot of stuff. What is with this machinery? Why did this not get auto-generated? Do we have? We have. Oh wait, we don't. Let's copy the keys. This is the right one, right? Ah, root. Skill issue, yes, my typing. What did start now? Nothing. The question is, do we want to start all of KDE? Probably not, huh? Oh, we have everything? Where do we have everything? Do we, maybe I re-enabled it. Maybe we re-enabled it. Okay, that came up. What did we had? Matter enter. Now the surprise. What kind of things do we get here? GPU, LVM, things, what? Failed error, enumerate physical D, setup loader, what? I thought we had this working a little bit. We have PowerVR rogue things. Why does this fail? No. Or we have two. This was working a second ago. Why does it not work anymore? What did we do? How many people I have in my company is none of your business. But you can share, like, subscribe, and super thank me. Enough. Ah, here, a warning is not a conformant. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Yes! I want broken shit, like, just... Forgot about it. Yes, of course we want broken shit. Ach, damn it. Why does it not output that here? So I think I will patch that away. Why does it not? I don't understand. Failed error 1. Why does it not? Why does it say something differently here than here? Why does it not? I don't understand. That has something here, but just give me broken shit. Read only. This somehow doesn't work here, right? Why does this failed with code -3? Why does this error here differently than just permissions as user? Or why do they not have video? Why does this have other permissions? Huh? Linux too secure to run graphic? Strange. So it's still selected physical doesn't export. Why does this work so strangely different? Oh, but wait, this is, no, it's changed to that. Oh wait, it's, oh wait, what? Error while creating surface for extension? Core count fetch is unimplemented setting for creating surface for extension failed with surface. Device selected physical doesn't export, get physical display properties. Not sure what's going on there. A search in software, FB renderer, GPUs. I mean, maybe it needs this other things there. I mean, somehow it's not yet happy. Don't have any PowerVR issues in here. This is somehow pretty frustrating experience. They used to be software which provides source code but provided commercial reuse and/or distributions. This is novel. It's not a novel idea, but people were duped into OSS and now they work for free for big tech. Yeah, that's exactly the thing. So we figured out to make this stuff work in theory. Maybe we need this here too. I don't know what that one does. Gallium driver thing. Western continue. I mean, totally just working shit, right? Outstanding engineering by the Mesa people. Similar to deleting all old drivers. Maybe we need this too, I have no idea. This is Comic Code, it's not Comic Sans. I bookmark this now too. Here, this one. Comic Code, here you go, there. Once and for all. Where is bookmark? How did I bookmark this previously? I wonder what this here is about. Mesa VK device select. Display null. Assertion cache name null. Failed to get driver name for Do you really need this? Cannot make this curse shit up. Like, why does nothing of? I mean, maybe we should OpenCL Vulkan? Somehow this is, yes, this is some modern Mesa stuff, right? If you didn't previously believe me, why I don't like this modern Mesa stuff, like this is really strangely like, since Mesa just looks at the driver name associated with the DRM device to determine suitable. Oh, they removed this shit. Hallelujah. What the garbage. They removed this pointless garbage. And I said an hour ago they probably will never remove this because that's the stupid stuff we've done. Does it mean this driver could work with both? Look at this. It could work with a proprietary and can we build Mesa with it? Can't make this curse stuff up. Should have never been implemented like this. But you see, I said it should have never been implemented like this, and like just like this, it's gone. Does it apply? Please let it apply. Maybe it applied. Okay, that stupid shit is gone. Wonderful. The irony is from this few enablement things, we have not yet seen it. Do I use AI? No, not really much, man. Time to build Mesa from Git? No, just pull this hotfix in. I mean, maybe time to get the TI board out. The thing is, I could, the whole day I could, Vulkan device. The question is, does it need that? That worked. I don't have that here. Maybe dry run. Better be safe than sorry. My favorite typo. Guess that looks about right. Yes, thank you. That should be fine. So this debug symbol so. I hate this. Maybe it still needs that, I don't know. But currently Mesa does not just work. Just working stuff apparently difficult. Such an error-prone shipment. Vulkan gear is not gearing. What's Vulkan gears doing? What that waiting for? That's why do GTK apps work in? Not sure what's going on with that thing. Welcome doctor. Is the installer desktop requesting a root password on purpose? No, we just didn't get to make it much better. The password, the default passwords are password. Ideally, as you see, I have so much to do. Like, I rather do the big things than wasting my time with fine-tuning small things. Ideally, that should be somehow better, but modern desktop stuff, complex, I'm not sure how we... Yeah, somehow passwordless, it's... We just didn't had the time and got around of making this better yet. Not really sure what that is now. Oops. Let's maybe... Okay, let's start Plasma Wayland without any exports. That should bring up software. README, yeah. Maybe we could put a README. Does it come up? Yes, it does come up. Okay, why is this still a thing? I thought that would not be a thing anymore. So yes, that's slow. We're working on graphic acceleration. We are aware of that. You don't need to tell us. Also, the hardware... Wait, why does this... And I need to click here? This could really be snappier, but... I mean, maybe we... So then source our amazing X script and core dumped assertion. Create buffer, bullet context, request size, things failed, Vulkan, common, create buffer, request size club. Select. I mean, you would think that does just work, right? Default wordman Linux profile worked out. I had to change. Why UEFI works for me? I constantly boot EFI native. Why does it not just work. Works for me. QEMU UEFI. Request size failed. Info linear size, request size less than linear size. Vulkan. I mean, ChatGPT, hallucinating shit, what would possibly go wrong? Who said random? PowerVR? Try software, wonderful. Profile things, video things, then freezes, shows core usage just sits there. What always surprises me, like I don't use libvirt like that, but I boot T2 daily in QEMU and stuff, and then like popular desktop soft likes like freezings, like what says output anything? Sorted order. It gives us literally nothing. Core count fetching is setting for now. There is even mean, it worked. Must have worked for something somehow. I mean, we could take Git here for various even. Should. Would have been really. Oh, another raid. Cakes, what you up to? Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a wonderful stream. What were you up to today? We are in the middle of trying to make a graphic driver work. We are debugging through the insides of the Linux kernel, particularly the infamous imagination PowerVR stuff. As seen on, oh, I also didn't put this cover. It's like this cover of. This framework 13 compatible. No tag, welcome. RISC-V system, although RISC-V somewhat irrelevant. So I hope you enjoy low level, and I mean this is low level but high level because trying to like everything breaking. And for all new to this stuff, we do T2 Linux. We are and do and only run T2 Linux, 25 years in the making. Currently we wonder why this doesn't work here, which actually we do run. What would even be the smallest? So yeah, we got some things to work, but it doesn't work yet, really. Welcome to the life of a Linux full stack embedded developer, things between Linux kernel, Mesa, and failing stuff. We could take a look. This is why I have upstream things here. I think I pulled that recently. Maybe no. What should we? What did it say? It should local changes in the following. Local. Don't need that. Also, we could instantly actually commit this. Because that part was working. And the only thing is people complain again about T2 copyright things. Yeah, but what a luck, right? We just wasted an hour on, or like probably we wasted 2 hours of like, yeah, recently improved this upstream. It's like that, man, you cannot make this. You need to be lucky to be that unlucky. Can't even get open source fame for this because like after wasting my time with it, other people just improved. You say they, what do you type here in this? $30 limit, 2 to 6 additional minutes for what? But that's not that many changes, at least here. BXS4 Ti thing. I mean that. Maybe have the stuff generically not working, I think. Probably here in free desktop Mesa commits. What do mean a lot of changes? This is. Oh, this didn't. Okay. White lines. Multi-draw indirect. Vulkan audio testing feature, even though it wasn't advertised and supported. All BCs as well can have use running mode RT instead of April. When running conformance testing on PowerVR, found that for B with not ignoring mode seems Apple GX4. I mean, I feel we should get something. Sorry for your Ubuntu init RAMFS failure. We only run T2 Linux for good reasons, sir or madam or boy and girl. I feel like we should get more than this, even with all the small fixes. For this immature driver, please use Mesa master. I think this will trigger it. Just curious, nevertheless, for this use Mesa master. That should have been fixed recently. Use Git master. Here, our Twitch audience to the rescue. Twitch audience said this minutes ago. Just use Git. Doing so, I mean, this is crazy. At least released sync won't work with 26. Oh, holy shit. It was just released. Man. Can't make this. Years of development still need to get the master head things. Cool. Cool. We can change that to bleeding edge moment. Only live here on these channels. Source, Mesa, things. Here, that. Then, Arden also. Source, upstream Mesa. Here. And then, can we just, I think we could just accept copy cross ini. And then what? I hate manually building. Everything not built by T2 is meh. Is there any reason we couldn't just run that? Meson setup objects. Sorry for the flickering, we're working on this. Don't delay bit Mesa kit. Yeah, only on this channel, don't delay. Just make every shit work today. And how do you run the Wayland? Yes. Software rendering. Building bullshit. Oh, you are saying if you run Wayland on... Holy shit, you were saying this is a... You were saying this only happens if you run on a software composited Wayland? Oh, this complexity and bug. Can't make this shit up. You cannot make the bugginess up. You would also think after years of PowerVR open source development, some shit should just work. Support allocating more memory for buffers. This enablement is painful. Can we even log out now? Because I think that's crashing for some reason. Oh no. He says that can Sway come up like that? Let's not use this error-prone KDE things. Oh, bad CF type failed. Read CF node. What the fuck? They said use. What do you mean CF type? Read CF type. What? Maybe. Maybe that's compiler toolchain out of Vulkan. Maybe better delay and don't. No, this Mesa, this happened also already. This happened in KDE already. I just thought it's running compositor versus the future is no fix one bricks, other things, get things. Yeah, totally. Welcome to my live. Totally normal. Oops. Things. Cache info name. What? Cache info name null failed. Why does this now fail? Somehow Mesa broke now. This is frustrating. I did not expect that to be that immature. I mean, given this driver is being developed for years, I thought it's mostly getting the kernel driver to work, like not the tool who uses space shit is shit. We broke the fresh installation. We bloody broke. How? This was coming up. This comes up though. Somewhat required to log in and log out. Maybe we didn't unset this correctly. Why does this fail now? XML config thing cache failed. But that's this is way ADR query option B. I don't have Hyperland. Kalium? What? That is a G. Kalium, what are you talking about? C, where is a C? Don't see a C. Maybe it's video compression is compressing that away. Unsetted? Unsetted this? Really? Or did someone? Okay. But basically they're saying, I mean, whatever is with that shit here now. Kalium, read you. Why did nobody tell me? Or did someone tell me? I mean, it's crazy how immature. Wait, what did we not hit? Why does this now not? Why does this not sway? Why does this not? Did you not hit electricity? Mod return. Why does this not? Does this crash or what? Why would that not work? What was kill the stuff by default? That? Shift Q. Oh, not focus window. I mean quit. Mod Shift E. Exit. Mod Shift. What's with Alacrity? Please use allow software to proceed. What? Please use WLR. What? Couldn't is this like? Cannot make this shit up. Was this Alacrity or what? I mean, Wayland, I mean, we should patch this shit away. I mean, what the usability? You can't get a bloody keyboard because they're not running on software or what? This is not, must be, or is it some, what was it now? Control exit? Damn, how should I test something like that? Every shit you touch doesn't work. Welcome to the open source experience. Where is my... Running isolated programs inside the unrestricted display server's undefined behavior? Are you bloody kidding me? Bad display control, is it difficult to mainline? DRM patches, DRM still frequently receive bug fixes. Bad display controller. So first of all, mode setting doesn't come up, like X mode setting doesn't come up, only XFBDEF comes up. So plus I thought this modern shit would work better on Wayland anyway. Streaming today in hours, 6 hours, 45 minutes. Do you prefer Mesa or CMake? I guess CMake. Everything not amazing. I mean, actually I would say yeah, Mesa by long shot, because CMake is the worst shit like ever invented. I mean, modern open source stuff, according to one random developer, running isolated programs inside an unisolated display server's undefined behavior. Like what? Why? What drugs are you drinking? Console. That's a good question. Only one way to find out. I'm not sure if he's the main. But I saw he contributed. Wouldn't be the main. He didn't have an Imagination Tech email, right? But he's not using a. Maybe he's the main outside Imagination Tech, but I mean, he is not like Linus Torvalds or Paul. What is a Mesa3d author? Paul someone? Right, so it's, even if it's the main or one of the main PowerVR developers, not everything I or he says is necessarily 100% true, but it's shocking nonetheless. But nah. Console comes up, you can't make this shit up. what do we even run now? Like, this looks a little bit accelerated. Is this accelerated? Is this graphic corruption from... Yes, PowerVR, like maybe that's... Is this like tile-based deferred drawing artifacts? That's the first we see that. Maybe it does something. Device, it's something else. EGL says crash. I mean, maybe it's... I don't know what this is. Something is not happy here. It's all the cache info name thing. What do we need to exit this? What? Hey, that even passes through. Yes, exits way. What did I have in here? Cache info name null. This is absolutely ridiculous. The state of this stuff is pretty shocking. How can this be so buggy after 30 years of Mesa development? We could merge this here if that fixes. Support allocating memory. Some Vulkan's padding for buffers of specific sizes work on ProVers, open source PowerVR Vulkan drivers, usage and by an assert turned by buffer allocations. It allows common code to run power when applied. Dev BXS development atop the dev. I mean, I don't think that the main main PowerVR developer. What was it for patch? I guess pull. What is that even? Buffer things WSL. Hope it doesn't break anything else. optimize this a little bit more. I wonder if this thing needs to have this driver set where I wonder, do we need this? Yeah, ask. I mean, this other. They had that here. I just don't know what that is. This here. And I also don't know if it needs this exclamation mark. I'd hoped, I mean, yeah, maybe it would be logical that it needs it. What is a proper usage? List prints list of devices. Cannot make this shit up. Print debug info about device selection and device. What's this is where when prints is list prints when set to list. My stomach literally turns over from this shit. Mesa Vulkan select. Would this not select the default device? I'm not sure why we need this. So that's Mesa stable with this buffer assertion patch. What keyboard are we using? Like, I make the open source work and Linux distribution and stuff, and people keyboard. Poorly worded description of what? Ah, you mean the Vulkan stuff? I mean, so many people worked on this driver. I mean, maybe this driver does totally not work and stuff, but I mean, that it takes me hours to research how to get the stupid driver to work. I mean, maybe that is QPainter bulleting, I don't know. It looks like tile-based, but could also be multi-threaded things. Maybe whatever it's like. Oh, holy shit. It does something. Potentially in hardware. It's jittering and things and stuff. But we have a cube. I don't know. Like, shall I subscribe? Send some super things. Like, maybe I should let this run the whole bloody fucking night. We have something. A cube is a cube. Yes, a cube is a cube. We should have more stuff, but that's, I don't know if that's the first open source thing this thing has ever seen. We have cube. We might not have much else. Where is my copy here? Except do stuff. I guess we should like do, like, the thing is that this is kinder. The good thing is that Imagination gave me the Beagle Play last year, randomly on a trade show. Very nice of them. Sent it to Phoronix. Like, yeah. Phoronix, our yes! This graphics stack should not be so meh. I don't understand how so the best graphic developer in the open source world. I mean, that this driver is buggy, totally forgiven. The problem is not that this driver is buggy. The problem is that making this driver do anything took hours. When Mesa says something's experimental, it is. Yeah, but there are 3 devices that are not as experimental. Also, like, they tell us the future is OpenGL over Vulkan, right? It's yeah. I wonder how many. I mean, save as. Did this save as already? By the way, can we save this as JPEG? Because yesterday I couldn't post something. Maybe this was, I don't know. Holy shit, it does something. Yeah, it might be, yeah. Does they run with thick? No, the thick thing crashed. What's IT news? That the thing is, theoretically I should make a nicely polished block, which currently block is Patreon. I hate to shamelessly self-promote the shit out of it, but the reality is, like, this stuff, even if it's just hours of fiddling with shit, like, takes a whole bloody fucking day, right? And at the end of the day, nobody knows, and it's like, yeah. I also like to sit here and write some C++ or Rust vector code, but the reality is, like, first getting all this bloody shit to, like, just do any bloody thing is, like, especially this is how this can be engineered to require that much fiddling to get anything out of a Vulkan driver, or like month-old merge request of nah. I think yesterday we also wanted to post something. What was it? This one here on this one, right? Was it even full screen? Maybe this wasn't even full screen, but I thought kind of don't care anymore. So somehow ain't full screen because I was stupid. And like this is meh. Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg sucking photo sharing site sucks a bit. I think this will not precisely post as this, but also YOLO. Does it even do anything? Because yesterday it didn't even bloody post. Yesterday it said error, unexpected error, posting shit on Wayland. But Vulkan as the Gallium backend is usually fine. No, what Vulkan is a Vulkan Gallium? I don't. Vulkan is the Gallium backend. I have no idea what this currently renders is. It's all the complex things. Whatever. Did I post this here already? This took way too long. All was needed was very little. And most time was wasted on pointless shit. Thrice with WL renderer thing, you say, sir? What was exit? I mean, maybe it is already that, like maybe it's flickering like that. Is that right? W renderer. Failed to renderer. Did we? Vulkan on the Gallium driver sync is an OpenGL. Thank you. How can I install? Thank you for the super things. How can install T2 Linux? Nice job, by the way. On T2 and Linux on what? In general, just don't install. Like we usually do. The more detail would be which hardware, x86 or RISC-V. Poor Vulkan. Which skill issues? So is doc. Sorry. What? Is there a way to use render doc on Mac? Is render doc ARM OS? What? I have no idea, and please don't double post. Like, where's my mouse cursor here? Hello? Maybe I pressed the wrong button. I mean, maybe this renders with, I don't, maybe this renders with, what's our friend doing here? Somewhere of no answer. Cannot confirm or deny. So this commit fixed something, right? I mean, should I post an Instagram link? Cannot hurt, can it? Not sure if they like this. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't know. If you're an x86 render dock is a good thing to try. Render dock? Android RISC-V. Comment overload. What? Oh, did I RISC-V here? No, huh? PowerVR things. RISC-V. RISC-V 64. So we have multiple other things with PowerVR. We could compare how well, like, I mean, theoretically Vision 2, but I don't know how that's also a little bit let's try if we can I mean, it's also crazy that after so many years of this development that this is not running better. I mean, with all experiments, I mean, I don't know how fast it should spin and what FPS this is. Also, this currently does not dynamically reclock. I mean, maybe it needs also more reclocking. Maybe that's not even running on the correct frequency. I wonder if this driver should I mean the FPS count, right? So they ask if I knew scheme set. Oh yeah, I love GUIs. Welcome to Node.js. Cool. Wayland with acceleration. I think we need to get this other stuff to what did they run? GL mark ES2 Wayland. I mean, before we have like this totally doesn't work. The question is why. Do we need, but we need this for GL, right? Can you install Mongo? Maybe later. Didn't output FPS at some point? I don't know. On Steam Deck it spins like this. And yes, that looks better and faster. Oops. I mean, hey, I'm very happy when anything comes out of this thing. Test at the test cube. Okay, that's not yet particularly overwhelming. I mean, obviously can't ship it like that. Your VK cube spins the other way? What? What do you mean your cube spins the other way? What is even the CPU load doing that? I don't have B-top yet. I mean, yeah, could top. ISEC power, P3 fund stuff. No, that is power. Where do you see power? That's a RISC-V. Power PC, PowerVR. Did I misspell? Okay, Sway is also consuming fucking a lot of CPU burst cycles on. Maybe it would run better with a hardware accelerated compositor. Oh, maybe that's undefined behavior of. Maybe that's only slow and shit because meh. No, their YouTube comments control. I didn't talk with you, Notech. I talked with YouTube control execute of P3 fame. Sorry. Overload things. Information overload. Andre things. And also just what things maybe big. What on the power should spin counter? Should spin counter clockwise. It spins the same on my Steam Deck. Okay, it's like this. I mean, we need to get GL working for more GL things. But that's also, this Mesa stuff should, I mean, bugs aside and experimental and yada yada, it's like, this is way too finicky and not just working and things. By the way, what is the load of So I think Sway is very slowly software rendering you all. Yeah, peak Wayland stuff fucking slow. It's like it's ridiculous. It's probably using rendering stuff super slowly through LVM pipe. It's so as soon as we set this, we get that. Why is that? Oops. It apparently works for him somehow recently on some other. Why would that be? Would have been amazing if they had include some performance numbers. Mesa and Vulkan device, but why would they need that? I don't understand why they need that. Maybe if you have more than one, but could actually, did I? Encourage you to, in case I didn't post it. Are using a kernel by Gmon. Ooh, what? What do you mean? Mr. Robot, yes, people told me that. Although, nah, whatever, guess. If you say so. I guess, I mean, the only, yeah, but basically, lesson learned, don't randomly try shit. Usually it's real bugs. Basically, debug shit for real. I mean, the crazy thing is, as bad as KDE Plasma runs, it literally runs better than Sway. It's like the pinnacle of high performance engineering. Everything sucks here, and unrelated of this experimental driver in general. It's like the free desktop, mainstream, high profile VIP Mesa and stuff, graphic subsystem, like, oh, the state, you all. It's so ridiculous, it's so lacking, it's so disappointing, it's... Where precisely is that It's EGL failed to get driver name for FD, like why is that already DI query option B cache info name null failed? Where the heck is that coming from? Query option B cache info name. I mean, working under these conditions, you all. The whole graphic subsystem is one. Wait, what? With my luck, that's another thing recently fixed somewhere. Yeah, that's it then for today. I hope you just learned something. It is a crazy state of things. I have to go. Don't forget to subscribe. And let's continue another day with fun stuff.
Kings and castles, but hackers in the night. We wield no swords, just lines of light.